It is game day. Bills and Dolphins tonight at Highmark Stadium. The Dolphins' final trip to Highmark Stadium before the new stadium is up next year. For tonight's game, the Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Sean McDermott giving game designations with Sal Capaccio yesterday on the Extra Point Show. 2 players are ruled out. Ed Oliver has been ruled out, and so has Matt Milano. Neither player practiced at all throughout the week. 3 players, meanwhile, are questionable, all of which were limited at every practice. It was Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and linebacker Shaq Thompson that are all listed as questionable. For the Dolphins, Jalen Waddle is the name to watch tonight. He is also listed as questionable. There's a report, though, that he is on the right side of questionable, so Waddle probably going to play tonight, but we will see. Kickoff tonight for Bills and Dolphins at 8:15. We'll have coverage throughout the day right here on WGR. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy might be ready to return this week. He was a limited participant at practice in San Francisco yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan opened the door to Purdy potentially returning and playing as Mac Jones would go back to the bench. Hollywood Brown practicing in full for the Chiefs yesterday. He had an ankle injury, and they were worried about his status for Week 3, but he's good to go. Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey had an injury pop up. Bicep injury, did not practice on Wednesday. He had not been hurt in their Monday night game against the Raiders, but didn't practice for the Chargers. In Washington, they approved a new stadium, so they're going back to D.C., and it'll be at the old RFK site, so the Commanders getting a new stadium. And in hockey, today is day 1 of training camp for the Sabres. They'll be on the ice. Alex Tuch is day-to-day, as is Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. They might not practice. Jordan Greenway, according to Kevin Adams, had a setback, had a surgery in July. His timeline for return is around the season opener. Return to the ice, so maybe not even to game action by the season opener. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Close the Bengal game out.
Allen back to pass, looking over the middle, and he's got him in the end zone for a touchdown. It's Dalton Kincaid. It's another handoff. Cook gonna cut it back through a hole, dodges a defender, up and out the gate to the races, down to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown, James Cook.
Special teams, big plays for us and against them.
Down to 3 seconds, here's the snap, hold is down, kick on the way, and it is good. And Matt Prater, in his first game as a Buffalo Bill, has won the ball game.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, I was immediately decided I needed to find out what game that was from. Kyle Williams' famous speech, and the gentleman in the room here immediately said, that's from the Miami game where Kyle Williams scores a touchdown. Like, all right.
Which is the game where they break the drought.
It is. The question I have is, did the offense, in fact, dominate? The offense the Bills have these days, good morning, Jeremy and Joe, dominates. How did that Bills offense do? Well, they won 22-16.
Okay. Not super impressive so far, but not bad.
We're sure this is the game Kyle Williams had a touchdown?
Yeah, that's the game.
He did.
They're in Miami. He scores a touchdown to go up like multiple scores.
Yeah, they go up 19-0.
Like 16, they were on cruise control.
Yeah, 19-0, and they end up winning 22-16. So Miami gets a touchdown and a touchdown, including an onside kick.
Right. And the quarterback is, I know Jay Cutler started the game.
You want it? I got it here.
He got pulled for, why is Foles in my head? It's not Foles.
It's not Foles.
Who is it?
There are 2 quarterbacks. Wow. There are, let me find out all the quarterbacks that attempted passes in this game. Might just be one. You're right.
Fails.
Yes. Jay Cutler, 1 for
David
2
Fails.
for 6 yards. And David Fales goes 29 of 42
for
265, a touchdown and interception. All right.
Kyle Williams scored a touchdown. I remember there was a long Nick O'Leary touchdown in that game from Tyrod. That might have been early in that game. And then they all went to the locker room and watched them make the playoffs. It was a great day.
Tyrod to Nick O'Leary for 26 yards.
Okay, maybe that wasn't that long.
Well, I mean, the pass is classified as deep right to Nick O'Leary.
All right. Nowadays, deep pass seems like it's like 50 yards, but maybe with him it was a little bit shorter. But
was he wearing gloves?
No, no, definitely not. Never. He wouldn't be caught dead wearing gloves in a game, Nick O'Leary.
I tried to find Tyrod to Nick O'Leary, and the first one that came up, I believe, is a game that is not that game. So Nick O'Leary caught multiple 20-yard touchdowns in his career with the Bills?
I guess. Maybe it was the same play. They just had it ready to go, and they cooked it up for the big important moments, like trying to make the playoffs playing David Fales. That quarterback.
Did he do the same play? Okay, never mind. This is just 25-yard gain, not a touchdown. Might have been the same play because this one's Tyrod to Nick O'Leary against the Dolphins. Nick O'Leary, Dolphins killer.
Yes.
Let's gloss in that today. Happy game day. It is Buffalo Bills football Thursday. Yeah, all right, why not?
Yeah.
We're going to talk with a bunch of guests along the way today. We've got Sal Capaccio set to join us. Mike Catalano will join us as well. From WHAM and Buffalo Plus to talk Bills-Dolphins, the history of the series, the rivalry as well. Sal's got good stuff on that, too. Listen to the Extra Point show yesterday. Sal basically kind of chronicling it all the way back to its birth. And also today, Chris Brown, who's got the call of the game. So he'll join us at 8:30, kind of treating it like a Buffalo Bills football Friday, but it's a Thursday and they play. And it's the first game of the week, of course. It's also the biggest spread of the year.
So far.
And that will probably change as soon as the game ends and the Bills and Saints spread gets put on the board next week. So it's the biggest spread of the year so far.
Which means it would be easily the most shocking result if Miami somehow figured out some way to win this game tonight. It's the NFL is the best reasoning you've heard as to how they could win the game is, well, it's the NFL and anything could happen. So that should tell you why the spread is as big as it is. And it would be like if Cleveland had beat Baltimore last week.
Yeah. That was 11.5, that game?
That game was 12.
Okay. Now here you go, 12.5.
I did see a look-ahead line for New Orleans, and it was like, I think it was 15.
All right, I bet it goes up.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And even if it doesn't.
If it's 15,
it will still be the biggest spread of the year.
I'm going to get it right now. It's 15.
Right.
Anyway, good morning. Happy Football Thursday. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Predictions on the game tonight. We flirted all week with your favorite memory, Bills-Dolphins. And the rivalry is not ending, so it's not like we're looking for games that happen down there. You know, they'll be back here this year, just in the new stadium. But your favorite memory of Bills-Dolphins in the current Highmark Stadium. This season is about, among other things, a look back on what the stadium has meant to people, the moments you've had, the memories you've had. I mentioned earlier in the week that my glaring Miami memory is before I'm in the game, in the stadium as a fan. I'm more in the press box in the early couple of years of living here, covering the games for ESPN. And the pass from Drew Bledsoe to Peerless Price where he runs and gets all the way to the end zone. Mm-hmm. That's the game where the Bills Ricky Williams runs for 2 50-yard touchdowns, but Peerless gets loose in the snow, hugs Jim Kelly, iconic moment. And so many of these iconic moments with the Dolphins involve snow, and they involve shootouts.
Yeah.
This has been a matchup that has had its share of shootouts. From the Kelly Marino days to even, these last couple years, 32-29, or games, well, the Bills always shoot out the score, and Miami occasionally keeps up for a little while. So if you ever, your favorite Dolphins memory kind of locked and loaded, the number one that sticks out for you in this current stadium, give us a call and share it with us. What the rivalry means. It all, of course, means trips down to Miami, which you have not made yet.
No, I think I'm doing it this year.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I think that is planned. I'm going to do it this year.
It is a must-do.
Yeah.
Of all the road trips you can go on for the Bills, like I've been a couple different places, London, that was not great. I mean, the trip was great, but the game was not great. Of all the places you can go, man, Miami is so good. It's Buffalo South. It's a takeover of that stadium. It's especially right now in the current climate of how the Bills and Dolphins live. You are just, you're the bully walking in, flexing muscles. You're the king of the castle, and make yourself at home in Miami Stadium. It's just such a great time to be a Bills fan. And this rivalry, do we want it to get back to where the Dolphins are competitive? Some might. We've had that conversation about others.
I think we've already had our fun with. I think the most fun you can have in a rivalry is when the other team is pretty good, but you're great, and they always talk themselves into, and there's always a belief of, okay, maybe this could be the time that they do it. And it just leaves you right on the edge a little bit. Maybe even yourself. Like, I've had that doubt about this rivalry for a couple years of, all right, I think, I trust the Bills are going to win this one, but 70 points the week before was that, right? Like, what is that going to look like? Maybe this is Miami finally getting on par with you. But just to have that little bit of anxiety and it never happen, like just always be able to beat them, that's the best. That's the best. Yeah. Is when they feel like they're close and they just can't get over the hump, and you're the reason they can't get over the hump. There were stats last year about Miami's record against everybody else under Mike McDaniel and the record against the Bills. And they're like, of course, they're like, what, 1-8 or 1-6 against the Bills, but they got like a way above 500 win percentage against everybody else. Like they've been the thing standing in their way of home playoff games. Yep. They played in the AFC South the last couple of years. They probably have home playoff games and not have to go to -7-degree Kansas City and freeze to death, or come here on the road in the playoffs, and maybe their existence would be a lot different. That's fun versus this, which is still fun, but when they're demoralized and they're like, this is over and we hate this, and the Bills are just going to pummel them probably, like that's still fun, but I think it's more fun when they feel like they're really close.
I've got a let's call it a source in the hospitality industry that sees the other teams coming in and will occasionally give me a review of what how do they look, what's their vibe, and his whatever, just one person, one source saying, yeah, they look like they don't want to be here. Which right. Short week, trip to Buffalo, you wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, they're not going to talk about the weather being bad. It's beautiful for tonight.
Yeah, 70.
70 degrees. Absolutely epic night on tap for tonight in Orchard Park. But just his vibe was, it's a team that does not want to be here. Whether it's a team of dead man walking vibes or whatever it is. When we talked yesterday with Alan Pupar about the Dolphins, about Mike McDaniel, could he get fired? He left it on the table as possible. Yeah. That if the game goes a certain way, yes. If there's this belief that this man has lost the locker room, which is, something that is a narrative that can be partially true. Coaches rarely lose everyone. What they lose is the ability to win games. And maybe guys aren't buying in the way they should be. But Miami has a talent gap. Yeah. Miami has a lot going on. And they have injuries as well on their offensive line. So it's a tough time to be a Dolphins fan, I would think. And the path forward is probably going back to the bottom. And that might be this year. It seems to me the smartest thing they could do, I think their coach, whatever, he's going to land on his feet somewhere else. It's probably a house cleaning of the GM. And
probably.
Or you tell that GM, you go ahead and steer this thing to the bottom, and then I'll get you out of here. Or however you want to do it. But the owner, Stephen Ross, has tried to go to the bottom before, and they should do it again probably. It looks to me like the best idea, whether you're dumping cap, amassing picks. Mm-hmm. And it has been, of course, the opposite of what they've done in the last 2 years. They've tried to, one more time, one more, keep at it, trade another pick, one more time, and, they're here. They just missed. They've missed on it all. And like you laid out, they might have missed primarily because Josh Allen's the guy in their way.
Right. Like, I really don't think they would have been a team that couldn't have made the playoffs and even won a play. I mean, Cleveland won a playoff game with Mayfield, right? Like, Houston's won playoff games. Like, teams that are good.
Tennessee with Tannehill won a playoff game,
sure.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, like these teams that are pretty good, fine. They find their way to win playoff games. So it's amazing. Like, Pittsburgh's never found their way into that in 9 years. But teams do that, and Miami hasn't been able to, but I think a big part of that is just, it's not just that they are always going on the road because they can't beat the Bills, they can't win the division. That's just blocked out from them, like automatically. It's their game doesn't seem to travel that well. In late season, and maybe now would be a little bit different if they could do it great. But that, big explosive play offense down the field, what they've been described as a finesse offense over the years, right? Like this big physical bully that the Bills have built offensively, like that's not what Miami was. And when you have to take that game that you have everything's about speed. Everything's about speed and skill, which I can respect a lot, and I wish the Bills even had a little bit more of it sometimes. How does that look when you're going on the road in Kansas City in January? How does that look when you're going on the road in Buffalo and on the road in Baltimore in January and February? Because the proof for them has been in the pudding for multiple years. They stink late late season games, especially against the good teams. And if you're always going to be going on the road to play those teams in the postseason,
you're cooked.
That's how you have a 25-year postseason drought.
How does Miami
Postseason win drought.
How does Miami ever not build that team? Right? Are they always flashy?
Yeah, right.
Fast, and I'm trying to think if Miami can ever ditch the idea that they're just going to be some soft speed team that wins only at home.
I mean, they could try. They haven't been trying to do that under Mike McDaniel.
You just have to be so good. Tampa, I'm trying to think of the teams that have played in those climates that have won Super Bowls. Tampa had a dominant defense. Warren Sapp, right, and Curse. But Tampa, as a franchise, did have a reputation of not winning a game over 40 or under 42 degrees.
That's right.
They still might have that stat as being 3-75.
Maybe they come off though as honestly, they come off like they're a tougher franchise. Don't they? Is that just because they've had better defenses? I don't know. Vita Vea is maybe a reason for that.
Yeah.
But that's a team that I've felt like, at least in my lifetime, I'm not around when they're like the worst franchise in the NFL. Actually, since I've been a kid, they've been actually a pretty good franchise in the NFL.
Do you know the first year that Tampa won a game in freezing temperatures?
They started, in 75? So
yeah, the first game they won in freezing temperatures.
I don't know, like the 90s?
The 2020 NFC Championship game.
That's incredible. So basically 40 years, maybe more than that.
But they don't play that many.
Right.
They had never won a game under 40 until the final week of 2002.
Yeah.
And had never won under freezing until Tom Brady was there in 2020.
Right. Well, the other difference there is they don't play three teams in their division that are always playing in super cold weather late in the season.
That's right.
So again, that's like Tua coded language the other day when he's talking about Josh Allen. That guy's twice as good as me. He can run twice as fast. He can throw the ball super far. Like in the back of his mind, is he thinking, why am I in his division?
Right.
Why can't I play Houston, in Tennessee, in Indy? Like, why aren't we over there? Because he doesn't know how the origins of Sal going through the origins of it all yesterday, why they're in the same division. But even with that, maybe it's just the physical defense, having a team where you can win a 21-17 football game. Because I've seen Tampa defenses, even with Brady, but even with the team that won the Super Bowl, that have been like that. And I've never, that I can remember, ever seen a Miami team that's like that.
803-0550.
Were they trying to be that when Wanstead was the coach, maybe, and they were running the ball with Ricky Williams, ground and pound, physical, Jay Fiedler's their quarterbacks. They weren't, I don't think, throwing the ball all over the place. Were they trying to be that then? Because other than that, even when they have Tannehill, what are they? They're not a bully. They're never a bully.
Trying to think of the last time they've been really thought of as a tough team.
70s.
Yeah.
Zonka.
803-0550. Maybe some Bills fan has an answer to that. I mean, you've been watching this rivalry play out for decades. Jeff in Hamburg, first up to share Miami memories at Highmark. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Oh, hello, boys. First-time caller.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Jeff.
Yeah, so my favorite memory, well, I wouldn't say favorite, but biggest memory, I was at the Brian Cox game in 93, and I'll never forget being a young boy in the tunnel and seeing Brian Cox giving us the finger. We got so excited, and everybody thought it was so funny. and that was like the first time I really realized that like giving the middle finger was a thing. So, and then after that, I remember going back home and I was giving everyone the finger too because I thought it was like people would think it was funny. But then I remember my cousin Greg, he got really upset that I did it to him because he was bigger than me. And, he kind of put the beat down on me, which actually it became kind of traumatic. But, the game itself was real memorable. I just wish the other half didn't happen.
Jeff, you were really close by in the tunnel that he came out of?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's where they ejected him.
Oh, he got ejected for that?
He got ejected.
I didn't realize.
Wait. Jeff wasn't as he was getting ejected. Didn't he do it?
No, he's walking out
for it.
Walking out with the team, flipping double bird. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Would that get you ejected now?
I don't think so because Jerry Jeudy did it to the Ravens fans on Sunday, and he played the game
This Sunday.
This past Sunday. He did that to Ravens fans.
Interesting.
No one saw it though, from him. Not as many people saw it, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Cox,
everybody saw it,
the
right?
camera is walking right in front of him, and he's double bird, which I don't know how you feel about it looking back on it. The things that athletes are kind of asked to endure from fans, yelling and shouting, probably the most terrible things in the world.
Sure.
Including, who is it?
I mean, Lamar just got his hands put on by a fan.
Same with DeAndre Hopkins. And the idea of, like, walking out into a rival stadium just like double bird is, I don't know, I feel like I want to look back and laugh at it.
Yeah.
Not that big a deal.
Well, I mean,
it was a big deal.
Bills fans think it's a big deal. I mean, if you were in the heat of that rivalry, like I could get there. It'd be like, the equivalent of if you're a Cleveland fan and Draymond Green is just kicking all your players in the nuts all the time.
It feels like it'd be the equivalent of if he was flipping you off.
Okay, right.
I mean, kicking players, actually being aggressive towards fans, whatever.
I think it went beyond that, though. Like, this guy was like, he would fight players, right? And, like, he was dirty, and there was stuff on top of that.
He also said over the years that he used to bring a gun, right? Because he was so afraid when he came here that people wanted to hurt him.
I don't know that.
Yeah, there's stories about that. Like, yeah, the Brian Cox story. And then, of course, his son played for the Bills.
His son played for the Bills.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, like he fought Cardwell Gardner in the stadium. Actually, maybe he's that when he flips off the fans. I don't know. But that's one of your stadium memories, and that all goes in the lore of why fans care about this rivalry. Like yesterday when I tweeted out, like, hey, they're only 2 back in the all-time series. They had a 20-game – Miami had a 20-game win streak in the 70s, and right now it's 62-60 in favor of Miami. And the amount of Bills fans are just like, all right, let's tie that thing up. Where, like, who would care about any other all-time series and any other – rivalry with any team in the league? You probably couldn't. I mean, you wouldn't have been able to know the Miami one yesterday. How many would know their all-time record against any team in the league?
Against New England, it's bad.
You think?
I mean, they lost like 26 out of 29.
Yeah, true. New England was bad for a long time.
That's true. The arc of all-time win-loss bends towards 500, I guess is what we're saying, right? Eventually, regression to the mean.
You play enough times, yeah. Although you're right, New England is 79-51 against the Bills, so they're a ways away from tying that
28 in the positive.
28 below 500.
And how many is Brady? 30? Is he 28 of those? Wasn't he 31-3?
I think he was 31-3. Okay, wait, that's right.
All of a sudden, the Patriots are just like Bill Belichick. Never won anything without Brady.
Right. We're tied without Brady.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. The usual football Friday elements on a Thursday, including our, thrilling parlay we're going to put together in the 9:30 hour. I know people are going to wait 3 hours to find out which 4-leg parlay we're going to lose on tonight, but we're going for it. I also want to see if I can sneak in the Matthew Stafford under on rushing yards, because we tracked this last week, and Stafford is now the only quarterback in the league to have not scrambled. All the other ones that had not scrambled the week before, it was Goff, Rodgers, and one other, and I forget who the other one was. Stafford is the only quarterback in the league to have not scrambled this year, and last year he made it to week 12 before he scrambled. Wow. So find that under on his rushing yards. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. I've got a, let's call it a source in the hospitality industry that sees the other teams coming in and, will occasionally give me a review of what that, how they look, what's their vibe, and his, whatever, just one person, one source saying, yeah, they look like they don't want to be here. Which, short week, trip to Buffalo, you wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, they're not going to talk about the weather being bad. It's beautiful for tonight.
Yeah, 70.
70 degrees. Absolutely epic night on tap for tonight in Orchard Park. But just his vibe was, it's a team that does not want to be here. Whether it's a team of dead man walking vibes or whatever it is. When we talked yesterday with Alan Pupar about the Dolphins and about Mike McDaniel, could he get fired? He left it on the table as possible. Yeah. That if the game goes a certain way, yes. If there's this belief that this man has lost the locker room, which is, something that is a narrative that can be partially true. Coaches rarely lose everyone. What they lose is the ability to win games. And maybe guys aren't buying in the way they should be. But Miami has a talent gap. Yeah. Miami has a lot going on. And they have injuries as well on their offensive line. So it's a tough time to be a Dolphins fan, I would think. And the path forward is probably going back to the bottom. And that might be this year.
Bills and Dolphins tonight on Thursday Night Football, 8:15 kickoff, and we'll have coverage throughout the day here on WGR. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. 2 players ruled out, Matt Milano and Ed Oliver. Milano with a pectoral injury, Ed Oliver with an ankle injury. Neither player practiced throughout the week. Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and Shaq Thompson are all listed as questionable. For Miami, Jalen Waddle is listed as questionable. Sabres are on the ice for practice today at training camp, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen and Alex Tuch might not be on the ice. They're day-to-day, according to GM Kevin Adams, who spoke with the media yesterday. He also said that Jordan Greenway had a setback with an injury in July. He had surgery, and his timetable for return is right around the season opener in just less than a month. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, I think they're playing a lot better than maybe what their record shows. Their front over there is filled with a lot of guys that can get after the quarterback. So we got to be on our P's and Q's and understand what they're going to try to do to us. You know, they're pretty unpredictable in terms of, you know, when and where they're blitzing. So making sure that I'm seeing as much as I can, watching as much film as I can to try to pick up on cues and things. And again, we know what type of offense they are and what they can be and what they've shown in the past. So, again, just making sure we're taking care of the football, trying to end every drive in a kick.
Josh Allen, who on the visor, he says we'll see, right? He's trying it?
Yeah. I wonder if he'll stick with it.
He's going to rip that thing right off.
That's what I think.
He's going to rip that thing off mid-play.
It's like when LeBron had an injury and he wore like that plastic mask you'll see basketball players wear, and like after like 1 minute he like ripped it off and threw it. Yeah. Like, I'm done with this. I could see Allen just like call timeout, give me a screwdriver.
No timeout. No timeout. He's going to break contain, roll to his right, rip it off with one hand, and then throw a shot put pass to Dawson Knox for a gain of 6.
I think the thing is screwed in there, so it might be pretty tough for him.
It's not going to stop him. He'll be fine. 803-0550, kind of taking your Bills-Dolphins memories at Highmark. I think we can somewhat confidently say that this might be the Dolphins' final trip to this stadium. So give us a call, 803-0550. It's tonight. It's on Prime, Amazon Prime, and the Prime Vision broadcast is something. Maybe you haven't seen that before. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get that, and it's pretty great. The things that they offer visually, the better camera angles. So that's all tonight for Bills and Dolphins from Highmark Stadium. One other thing. Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth did their podcast last night.
Looked beautiful there.
So they're at Wayland last night.
Tons of Bills fans.
A lot of Bills fans. I was not able to make it. I had FOMO, and now I have ROMO, regret of missing out, because not only did it look beautiful out there and a lot of Bills fans hanging out, they played Flip Cup.
Yeah, they did.
They played Flip Cup.
That's what the picture looked like.
Not that I would have done that. I mean, I hung up my cups years ago.
No, you're not playing Flip Cup anymore?
Not on the regular.
But once in a while? How rusty would you be if you had to play right now?
I'm going to say something, and you're going to come at me about it. I'm the Josh Allen of playing Flip Cup.
Come on. I mean, what is this?
My career college record.
You just said you don't play regularly.
Well, I'm 46.
46. You're like the Johnny Unitas of Flip Cup, then maybe.
Fine.
There you go.
I don't want to say
Unitas.
I don't want to say I'm the Brady. I'm not the Brady. I'm the... In college,
Montana.
In college, my team lost like once.
All right.
We played every weekend.
What was that one loss? I mean, you must remember it. You were one loss away from being perfect in college.
I do remember where we were. We were, shockingly, in our apartment playing Flip Cup. we lost once, and we immediately got it back. We had a belt. We had everything, every party we ever had.
A belt?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. You really took this seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that's the go-to. That's the go-to game.
Well, I did put up a Twitter poll underneath Fitz's picture showing Flip Cup of which is the superior game, Flip Cup or beer pong. And I have long been team flip cup on that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's more social. It's faster. More people play.
Yeah, you give as many people play as you want.
Yep.
You get double the tables and you get like
30
20
on
people
30.
on both sides.
Legendary games. Yeah. Yes, you can do. You could do 30 Bills fans against 30 Dolphins fans in a parking lot if you wanted to.
Would you play the rule? Is this a universal rule, or is it just my people, where you vote someone out on the other side after you win, and that's how you win when they're down to no people?
Yeah.
So like if it's 10 on 10 and you win the first round, then you all get together and you decide which one of them you're voting out and who's going to be doing 2 cups.
Sure. Do you want to know another version of this game that's really fun? You get it where you have 10 people, 15 people, however many you want. You play Flip Cup Survivor, where the last person is out, and then you play. It's like a guillotine league.
Yeah, right.
10 people. Then do it with 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and you crown a champion of that round, in which that person would do like 10 rounds of Flip Cup. So anyway, they played Flip Cup.
They should have done yesterday. Like there were a lot of Bills fans there. Do it like all across the patio there.
Maybe they
see
did.
How many people you can get involved possible.
Now I'm immediately looking for the Guinness record of largest Flip Cup game of all time. And then
we're going to break it.
If there's not a record, you guys want to do it?
We're going to break it.
Everybody listening, ready? Everybody in the chat?
I guarantee that's in there though.
Biggest game of Flip Cup?
I'm sure that's in there. I'd be stunned if someone hasn't done that already.
All right. Oh, we could break this. The current Guinness World Record for the largest Flip Cup game was set by the Vancouver Warriors fans in March of this year. 327 participants. We could get that. We could get that done by noon.
That's a Saturday.
We'll beat
That's a Saturday.
Yeah,
we could do that.
Let's do it.
That's 327 on both sides. No, like they mean total.
It just says 327 participants, which means they didn't have even teams. What's that about?
Yeah, that's weird.
All right, Rob in Toronto. Hey, Rob.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Morning. Good.
Good. Happy game day, and I'll chime in on Flip Cup versus beer pong. No question. Flip Cup. Just
Nice.
The intensity and the timing. It's crunch time when you got to go, and you never want to be that guy.
Right.
So, when it's on you, you just feel like the biggest goat in the room. But memories of Highmark. So I'll take you back to last year. I was there at that game for Bass's 61-yard field goal. Unbelievable day, unbelievable field goal to win, and none other than Quentin Morris catching a touchdown in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
There's a throwback. But it also leads itself. I know we smashed the Jets last week, but never be, never take anybody lightly when it comes to interdivision games. And, yeah, go Bills tonight. Love you guys, and happy elite sports season.
Yes, thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
The elite season is here. That Bass field goal, I have recently watched that drive because one of the things about it, you want to say division games can be close, and that's actually, it might be true of this year's team and this Bills team. I'm looking at all the games last year, all the games they lost that were close, and I guess that all of their games that they lose are close. Isn't that right? They never get blown out.
Never blown out.
So there's something to be said.
Baltimore last year.
That's right, Baltimore, which was the first time in a while. They had
like 5 years.
They had the current streak of longest stretch without getting blown out. Now Baltimore has that streak. Lamar has that streak. I mean, they lost last year to the Lions. Sorry, not the Lions. The Rams. They beat the Lions. They lost the Rams by 6. By 2. I'll wake up any minute here. They lost the Rams by 2, but they beat the Patriots by 3. They beat the Dolphins by 3. There's some close games in here. That Bass field goal, anyway, this is what I was getting to. I watched that recently because I watched that drive. And it was a reminder that while the offense has been great under Joe Brady, there have been times where the offense looked a lot like the first half against Baltimore where they can't get anybody down the field. That Miami game they won last year on the Bass 60-yard kick is that. The Dolphins go down the field and score a touchdown to tie, and then the Bills have a drive to get in range for that 61-yard field goal, and it is, well, by Bill standards, one of those ones where you can be happy they won and say, like, woof. That drive was one of the least impressive drives you've ever seen because the Bills need a million plays to go like 20 yards, and all the yardage came on a penalty on Jordan Poyer.
Right.
They couldn't move the ball 2 feet.
And then after the penalty, I think they ran. Did they not run a couple more plays after that to try to get closer? And they couldn't.
And they couldn't.
Because I don't think it was that got them in position for the field goal. It was that got them in position to get closer for a field goal.
Yep.
They couldn't, and then Bass had to attempt a 60-yarder.
Yep. So maybe you want to remember that kind of thing where it's, hey, these games can be close. Sometimes you can just have not your best that day and still win. Yeah,
Right.
the Bills on that drive. So they get the ball back. They're tied at 27, 1:33 left. And the offense goes -4, incomplete.
So 3rd and 14?
Yeah, neutral,
3rd and 14.
Neutral zone infraction.
Okay, that's good.
Incomplete to Coleman on 3rd and 9 at their own 31 penalty.
And it's like a 20-yard penalty.
Right. Otherwise, they're going 4th and 9 at their own 31. And what do they do there? Incomplete. Pass to Matt Collins for 7. Pass to Matt Collins for 4. Spike to stop the clock. Incomplete. 61-yard field goal.
Wild.
That's one of the...
From a kicker who was struggling all year.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it was not great that day for them. And the game at halftime, they're down 10-6 to Miami. And it's a Miami team that at the time was 2-6. Mm-hmm. So, fair point.
That game, though, it's not a total anomaly because there's a couple of those, but I'll have to update these, see where they're at, because I had a stat last year, maybe around the time of that game, that the Bills had outgained Miami more than any team against another division opponent in the last 5 years. They had outgained them by 600 yards or something in their rivalry against each other. So there have been a couple of close games, but it's not representative of how good Miami's been in recent years. I mean, the Dolphins, last 5 years, they're 46-31 against everybody not named the Buffalo Bills.
And how many of those games were with the backup quarterback?
Probably a lot.
The record of, if you really wanted to pull it out and say McDaniel and Tua together, when coaching together and playing together without the Bills, are they 15 games over 500?
They're more than that. They're 15 games with the backups included, not including the Bills. So if you really want to if you take away the Bills and then the backup quarterback games, they're probably 45 and 25. They're well above 500. But those are not their two fatal flaws more than anything? It's their quarterback's health, and they cannot beat the Bills.
And the Bills. And there'd be a comparison to make here for anybody. If you look at the Dolphins and say, well, sorry, that's what you got to do. You got to measure yourself against the Bills. That's the Bills and the Chiefs and Ravens, right? No matter what you do to everybody else, congratulations, your atmosphere you live in, you got to beat these teams above you. And the Bills, of course, have beaten the Ravens a couple times and have to beat the Chiefs, too, when it counts. 803-0550, and we'll get one more call in here before our break. Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Love the show. Think you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything. Lots of Miami memories, all the stuff coming up this week. Just a lot of things popping in my head, but one of the things I remembered was me and my wife were on my honeymoon in Jamaica. We're in the resort, and it was 2013 because I got to remember that date. And so the Bills were playing Miami, and it was the Thad Brown. It was that game where it was 19-0. Mm-hmm. And they won. I sat at the resort bar and watched the game, drinking Red Stripes. Great time. Glad to beat Miami. Go Bills.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mike. You said Thad Brown or Thad Lewis?
Thad Lewis.
He called from Rochester. I mean, might have been watching the game with Thad. Anyway, Thad Lewis, yeah, in 2013. 2013 Bills Dolphins.
Yeah, there were some drought games in there, like Bills Dolphins drought. I mean, I think of the. Oh no, I guess it's in Miami though. When Charles Clay revenge game, but that's not that year anyway. 2013.
The 19-0 Bills win over the Dolphins. Yeah, the scoring was a lot of Dan Carpenter. 1 Fred Jackson touchdown and 4 money man Dan Carpenter field goals.
Yeah, I remember because the Bills used to own Tannehill too. Like Tannehill, when he was the Dolphins quarterback, had a bad record against the Bills. And those were not great Bills teams, obviously.
Can I give you Tannehill's stat line in that game? 10 of 27 for 82 yards, sacked 7 times.
7 times. 2013? Well, that's the Mario, Darius, Kyle Williams, Jerry Hughes line.
10 of 27 for 82 yards.
7 sacks.
You can't do much worse.
The game I remember, because I was there, is, here it is. The Bills, they did whatever they wanted offensive. This was 2015, though. So this is a Tyrod game. Tyrod goes 11 of 12 for 181 yards and a touchdown. The Bills ran for 266 yards on the Dolphins. McCoy 112, Carlos Williams 9 carries for 110 yards. Tyrod had 44 yards. Like that's my drought Bills Dolphins memory. They 33-17. I guess it was a little closer than I thought it was. But they always beat Tannehill.
What game script does everybody like tonight? Bills going to win it with the run, going to win it with the pass.
They can kind of win it however they want.
Yeah, Drake May had a good day. Drake May was 19-23 for 230 and 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
Quarterback rating of 137. They could probably win how they want.
Doesn't Allen like to lay it on them a little bit?
Yes.
They've run it up in the past.
Yes.
So maybe this is a game where, think of like Jacksonville last year, Monday Night Football. Remember that week? Is that week 2? Ooh. Where Jacksonville, like the Bills are way ahead in like the second quarter, and they keep throwing bombs. They're throwing deep balls to Ty Johnson down the sideline. You're not going to stop us, and we're just going to keep throwing it until you stop us. They could do that, or they could run it with James Cook, and he could have a big game like last year, and I think they could probably win either way.
803-0550. The Colts went over 400 yards offense.
Yep.
The Patriots did not, but they also had a big return in this game. One thing I'm noticing from both quarterbacks that played against Miami, May 19 of 23. Daniel Jones, also very good, 22 of 29 in this game. He also ran for 2 touchdowns. If Daniel Jones runs for 2 against you, I feel like Josh Allen's going to get there once.
Should run for 6.
Yeah. 803-0550. We probably sound too confident for some.
Probably.
That's all right. That's our job. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR on a Buffalo Bills game day. Bills and Dolphins tonight here on WGR. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Predictions on the game tonight. We flirted all week with your favorite memory Bills-Dolphins. And the rivalry is not ending, so it's not like we're looking for games that happen down there. You know, they'll be back here this year, just in the new stadium. But your favorite memory of Bills-Dolphins in the current Highmark Stadium. This season is about, among other things, a look back on what the stadium has meant to people, the moments you've had, the memories you've had. I mentioned earlier in the week that my glaring Miami memory is before I'm in the game, in the stadium as a fan. I'm more in the press box in the early couple of years of living here, covering the games for ESPN. And the pass from Drew Bledsoe to Peerless Price, where he runs and gets all the way to the end zone. Mm-hmm. That's the game where the Bills Ricky Williams runs for 2 50-yard touchdowns. Mm-hmm. But Peerless gets loose in the snow, hugs Jim Kelly, iconic moment. And so many of these iconic moments with the Dolphins involve snow, and they involve shootouts.
Yeah.
This has been a matchup that has had its share of shootouts. From the Kelly Marino days to even, these last couple years, 32-29, or games, well, the Bills always shoot out the score, and Miami occasionally keeps up for a little while. So if you ever, your favorite Dolphins memory kind of locked and loaded, the number one that sticks out for you in this current stadium, give us a call and share it with us. What the rivalry means,
this place is about to blow. He makes this. Good snap. Good hole. Good kick. And the Bills slide into the postseason for the 4th straight year.
Tyler Bass, 60-yard kick. Remember Tyler Bass? He made some big ones. That's Tyler Bass making a kick against the Dolphins.
I think that was the shorter one. Because they said sliding into the playoffs.
Oh, right,
They were sliding on the field.
They were sliding on the field in the snow.
That's the 32-29 game in the snow in the red jerseys.
That one they drove down into good
right.
field goal range.
That's the snowball game. The 60-yarder was November last year.
Yeah.
See, Bass has hit game-winning kicks, too.
Yeah, yes. I mean, that one was like 22
don't you feel
yards.
Like Tyler Bass should be on Twitter with a burner account saying, like, I have also hit important kicks.
Yep.
Because Matt Prater's made everybody kind of, well, we've had calls about I feel better with Prater. It's fickle, the kicking position.
Yep.
803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550. Sabres get back to it. They have a game on Monday in Columbus.
Here's
a question.
And Tuesday here.
Hockey's got a bunch of injuries to start the season. Greenway, Tuck, UPL.
Yep.
They're all a little bit hurt.
Yep. The Luukkonen thing is weird. He had a clean MRI, but he's been in pain.
Owen had a theory on this. I saw Owen.
There's a thought that it's a hip injury, but Adams wouldn't say.
Yeah.
So.
Hashtag as a goalie, you know what you don't know what it is, but you want to guess?
It sounds to me like it's something in the groin or hip sort of area, just because what I heard from Lindy and then yesterday Paul with Bulldog and Mike was it's only really when he's pushing off the post in the butterfly, and that sounds to me like groin. Yeah. I had something pretty similar at one point.
Is it a very specific pain?
It's very weird. You don't ever feel it unless you're in that position, and it hurts, but you got to deal with it and let it heal, or it will linger, and it can get bad.
Yeah.
If you let it sit around and don't do anything about it and just keep trying to play, then you're gonna tear your groin, and that's a scare. That's your season probably done. So they got to be careful with it. I would not be surprised if they give him a couple of weeks here. Get good, because we need you to be good, and they really do, because it's Lyon and Georgiev if it's not him.
Well, and they talked about Georgiev yesterday like he's an NHL goaltender.
Right.
So, Lindy, I forgot that Lindy had experience with him in New York when he was an assistant coach, and the way Adams talked about him, they sounded like they think he's in the NHL to start the year.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think that's probably the case. And then Greenway, he's probably not ready for the opener. Adams said his timetable for return is around the opener, but that doesn't mean game action. That means getting back on the ice. So is he just going to practice one day before the season opener and then just be in the opening night lineup? So they might not have Greenway. But.
Yeah, that's another spot for somebody from that AHL squad to come up and try and
make the team.
So, that's Roseanne or whatever, but we'll see.
Here we are.
Monday for preseason.
It's not as bad. Florida's got Kachuk out till December. That was another injury update.
Is that just?
They'll be fine.
I'm sure that's fine. They'll put them on long-term IR and sign 10 guys. Although they changed.
But this is the last year.
Okay.
They said in 1 year, because in 1 year we're gonna do away with it. So for one more year,
you can cheat.
And Florida will.
Okay. 803-0550. It's a game day, game night tonight. Bills and Dolphins expecting beautiful weather at Highmark Stadium for the Dolphins' last visit to Highmark, unless they make the playoffs, which we just don't like their chances.
There's no way. Right?
Not only would they have to make it, they'd have to at the current rate, they'd have to win a playoff game. They have to make it and upset.
Yeah, right. Because the Bills are going to be the 1 seed. Just get.
Right.
They're going to play Baltimore. They're going to squeak in and play Baltimore in round 1 and lose by 70.
Yeah, the odds the Dolphins ever come back are long. Either they win this game, whatever. They have to make the playoffs as a wild card, beat a division winner, and be back in Buffalo.
I'll put it this way. I think the only possible chance they'd have of playing the Bills in the first round of the playoffs is if they beat the Bills twice.
Yeah. Well,
you got to give the Bills 2 losses so that they don't get the 1 seed, and then.
What am I hearing here? Somebody's not mine. Somebody's
not me.
Yeah, but even if they did beat them, Joe, they would have to win a playoff game to. I guess you're saying the Bills then are the 2 seed, and the Dolphins are the 7.
That's what I'm saying. They got to themselves knock the Bills down out of the 1 seed.
Good luck.
Yeah.
803-0550 to join us here on WGR. I've got a let's call it a source in the hospitality industry that sees the other teams coming in and, will occasionally give me a review of what how do they look? What's their vibe? And his, whatever, just one person, one source saying, yeah, they look like they don't want to be here. Which, short week, trip to Buffalo, you wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, they're not going to talk about the weather being bad. It's beautiful for tonight.
Yeah, 70.
70 degrees. Absolutely epic night on tap for tonight in Orchard Park. But just his vibe was, it's a team that does not want to be here. Whether it's a team of dead man walking vibes or whatever it is. When we talked yesterday with Alan Pupar about the Dolphins, about Mike McDaniel, could he get fired? He left it on the table as possible. Yeah. That if the game goes a certain way, yes. If there's this belief that this man has lost the locker room, which is, something that is a narrative that can be partially true. Coaches rarely lose everyone. What they lose is the ability to win games. And maybe guys aren't buying in the way they should be. But Miami has a talent gap. Yeah. Miami has a lot going on. And they have injuries as well on their offensive line. So it's a tough time to be a Dolphins fan, I would think. And the path forward is probably going back to the bottom. And that might be this year. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Predictions on the game tonight. We flirted all week with your favorite memory, Bills-Dolphins. And the rivalry is not ending, so it's not like we're looking for games that happen down there. They'll be back here this year, just in the new stadium. But your favorite memory of Bills-Dolphins in the current Highmark Stadium. This season is about, among other things, a look back on what the stadium has meant to people, the moments you've had, the memories you've had. I mentioned earlier in the week that my glaring Miami memory is before I'm in the game, in the stadium as a fan. I'm more in the press box in the early couple of years of living here, covering the games for ESPN. And the pass from Drew Bledsoe to Peerless Price where he runs and gets all the way to the end zone. Mm-hmm. That's the game where the Bills Ricky Williams runs for 2 50-yard touchdowns, but Peerless gets loose in the snow, hugs Jim Kelly, iconic moment. And so many of these iconic moments with the Dolphins involve snow, and they involve shootouts. Yeah. This has been a matchup that has had its share of shootouts. From the Kelly Marino days to even, these last couple years, 32-29, or games, well, the Bills always shoot out the score, and Miami occasionally keeps up for a little while. So if you have your favorite Dolphins memory kind of locked and loaded, the number one that sticks out for you in this current stadium, give us a call and share it with us. What the rivalry means,
Game day, Bills and Dolphins on Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime. The game starts at 8:15 tonight at Highmark Stadium. It's also Miami's last trip to Highmark Stadium, unless there's by some miracle they play in the playoffs there as well. For the injury report, the Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills will not have Matt Milano in this game. He is out with a pec injury. Dorian Williams expected to start in his place. Ed Oliver also will miss his second consecutive game. 3 players are questionable: Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis at corner, Shaq Thompson at linebacker. All 3 of those players got all limited practices in throughout the week. For Miami, Jalen Waddle is questionable for tonight's game. There's a report, though, that he's on the right side of questionable, so it sounds like he probably will play, but we'll see. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy has a chance to play this Sunday. He'll be returning to practice, and after missing just 1 game, he might go back in for Mac Jones, according to Kyle Shanahan. Sabres back on the ice for practice at training camp today. Kevin Adams met with the media yesterday, as did Lindy Ruff. Adams saying that Jordan Greenway's had a setback and that his timetable for return is right around the start of the season. So he looks like he might not be ready for the opener in just under a month. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Allen looking, but the pocket collapsed. Had to step up. Now throws down the left sideline. Complete to Cook, 45-40. Gets it back, 35-30, 25-20, and is dragged down from behind at the 15-yard line.
Thursday Night Football. I remember when Prime launched football and we heard this song for the first time.
I remember that too. Yeah.
I still feel the same way I felt about it, but now I like it. I remember saying, this sounds like Madden menu music.
Yeah.
Because it still does.
It does.
But I do find myself humming it, and I like it.
Yeah, I'm into it. I like it. You're right, though. It does kind of still sound like that. I'm not thinking about that as much, though, because now I know what it is. Right?
Don't they all just sound like menu music? It's just football it's just music that surrounds football, and eventually you're like, oh, yeah, that's football.
Right, that's the blank song.
Yeah.
This is the Thursday song. Josh Allen, by the way, Mr. Thursday Night.
Oh.
Should that be one of his nicknames? He is 7-0 on Thursday Night Football.
Name all the wins. Oof. Who have they played on Thursdays?
This is, by the way, this is not like the show Thursday Night Football. This is just any game on a Thursday. So
okay, so Dallas. I got it. Dallas, Detroit, New Orleans, Miami.
Well, a lot of these might not actually even be like Thursday Night Football games because those are all 3 Thanksgiving games.
Yeah.
The Ram game, which is the season opener.
Okay.
That's NBC. That's 4. You mentioned a Miami Thursday night game?
Probably. Jets.
They beat the Bucks on Thursday Night Football. The game where Godwin could have caught a Hail Mary, but he didn't see it.
Yeah.
That's 6. What's the 7th?
It is kind of fun now that we know the Bills are in primetime all the time. Like New England. Wait, that was a Monday, not a Thursday. And
right.
The Sundays versus the Thursdays versus the Mondays.
Well, because I'm trying to think of like who did Al Michaels call another game for them? Because like he did the Steelers Sunday night game, but that's like 5 years ago now. So more recently than that, I don't remember. Is there a Jet Thursday night game somewhere along the way? There's Color Rush. I don't know if Allen ever did Color Rush.
Right, I feel like there's a lot of Jet Thursday night games. Like those happen all the time, don't they?
Yeah, usually.
This year they play Houston on Thursday night. Don't forget about that. So they got 2 Thursdays.
They play Houston on Thursday night?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, right. That's right. That's a weird game for a Thursday night game. Their matchups are a little better this year, though. So I guess you'd want the Bills a couple times.
Yeah. The AFC doesn't hit Thursday Night Football after this for about a month. Then it's Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. And you will see the Chargers later this year. Miami makes a Thursday night appearance against Baltimore later in the year. And the Bills, of course, Week 12 at Houston. 803-0550. Want to give us the thought on this matchup? The Bills are 12.5-point favorites. It's the biggest spread in the league this year.
The other Thursday game we were missing was there is a New England game in here. They played New England on Thursday Night Football in 2022.
Where?
in New England.
24-10
they won.
All right.
Don't really. Is it weird I don't remember a New England game?
It's not the game where. Is Bailey Zappi go in that game or something? Who knows?
No.
Glad we don't
that's a Mac Jones game.
All right. We'll go to Butch on the east side. Butch, good morning. Happy game day, Bills Dolphins.
My guys, thanks so much for taking my call. I love MSG. I love WGR, and to all the fans who listen to this beautiful station and watch the station. I love you too. Let me get right to it. JJ, Jeremy, and Joe, listen, last year I was just listening to what you guys were speaking about Miami last year, which you was totally correct. And I gave Joe Brady last year a lot because he was doing something, calling things without a lot of ingredients and a lot of things that we had in the cabinet, and we were successful. This year is totally different. Our offense is very explosive. We have talent at the receivers, running backs, offensive lines, and tight ends. Sometimes you guys hear me, and I still got Joe Brady under investigation, a little lightly though, not heavy like it was earlier. It's because sometimes he falls back to the old habits, like we don't have talent anymore. When we came back against Baltimore, we spreaded them out and we just attacked and we dictated what we wanted to do, and we did it. Against the Jets, we did the same thing when we wanted to score. But then sometimes Joe will come back and he'd call some of these plays like last year. Tonight, I just want Joe, it's a Thursday night, we done played Sunday, we're tired, we want to get this over, get a 4-day weekend for the players. Man, spread them out, man, just attack them, get the game on with, put the points on the board, build the score up, make it easier for the defense, and just make it one dimension, and get the game out the way. Don't come in here and try to be this big-time offensive coordinator and all these pre-cue plays and all that. No, we don't need that. Spread them out. Josh got gas. If he can't throw it, he got gaps to run. If you want to hand it off to Cook got gaps because they are spread out. It's open gaps. But when you start packing it in and you start running these cute plays with the fullback and all this other cute stuff, it makes us fall back. You know what I mean? So I just say that moving forward in today's game, I can see why it's a big spread if we use our offense the way we're supposed to. And I'm going to hold that on Joe. And I really believe the fans are going to enjoy it. I know I am. I know you guys are. And I'm expecting a win. But I don't want this win to be a struggle when we have the talent that we have. Let's be a dictator instead of people dictating us. I love you guys so much, and thanks for taking my call. And keep doing what you're doing and keep winning, man.
Thanks, Butch. On Joe Brady, we'll probably spend the whole year asking if he's going to get another job. Last year was very good.
Yeah, but last year was more about figuring out how good he was at this too.
Yeah.
And now there's a lot more confidence on that. So
and I don't know how often he's been accused of getting too cute. Right?
Yeah.
If there's any accusation, it's that sometimes they get a little run-heavy conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Or you and I like to talk about sometimes that the screen game appears to be a little bit...
Yeah, nitpicky stuff like screens on 3rd and 6 or how they operate on 2nd and short, which drives me crazy.
Yeah.
But it's a little thing. In general, I think what he's done to design this offense, it's kind of the way a lot of offenses we did it. We talked about the pass rate yesterday in the league, where a lot of teams are establishing more of a run game, being more physical, yards after catch, not taking as many deep shots, and Brady's built an offense that does all of that. Without having, the greatest threats on the outside.
Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been... What's the
Jackson Hawes would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson Hawes.
A seam shot that's probably, is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I don't think
even that.
I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Hawes play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top? Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays, Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, like a couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against a Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? Like, that's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming. Elijah Moore, when the Bills signed him, we thought he could be a candidate for this.
Well, I whether it's coming or not, like, Mahomes is trying to do it still a little bit, right? Like, he had a couple bomb deep shots to make something happen against Philadelphia, one of which he had Tyquan Thornton running wide open. He would have ran in for a 70-yard touchdown, and Mahomes missed him by a mile, like 10 yards over his head. But I think it was the next drive, he came back and he hit him on a similar depth pass down the field into the end zone. But the story about Mahomes for a couple years has been whenever he gets the opportunity to throw a shot down the field like that, he's missing. Allen's not really taking them.
Right.
He's not really throwing them.
He did miss them a lot last year.
Right. And I think that's more, though, isn't that more about the league than it is about the Bills? Like, who is chucking the ball down the field like that?
Well, to answer your question, last year he attempted the second most passes of 20 yards or more.
Right.
So you want to say that that's the league. He was still trying it last year, and they weren't hitting it.
That's what I mean. Like, but in comparison to the league, he was trying it. Well, what about compared to like himself years before that? He probably was throwing the ball down the field more 2-3 years before, even last year.
I
don't know.
I don't think so. There's a piece in the Buffalo News that his number of attempts was not much different. It was the conversion that was very different. Right. He still had hunted down the field.
Well, and part of that was last year, I think there was a big misnomer about how defenses were playing the Bills. There was
a lot of single high safety.
Yeah, I'll pull up the stats on that. But the reputation of how defenses played the Bills last year was, they ran the ball and did a lot of short stuff because everyone's doing the too high safety shell to them, right? Like they're backing up and they wanna give you what's in front of them, and that was not true. The Bills were seeing as much one high safety as any team in the league.
Which is the team's telling you, we don't think you can beat us on the outside. We're not too worried about it.
And the Bills were able to accomplish their goals anyway, right? And this year, that was a part of it, is can you drag teams out of that and back into, hey, you gotta have two safeties up there or we're going to kill you. And so far, right, like I can't really think of a play where they've really done that. I guess the league question I have is just, all these teams that are running the ball, all these teams that are throwing the ball around the line of scrimmage, Kansas City's doing that, right? Like Mahomes is a dink and dunk quarterback at this point. What is there going to be a defense that decides, all right, we're going to the ebbs and flows of the league where 5 years ago it's all passing and now it's the defenses are going to give you the run game, they're going to give you the short stuff, and you're going to have to, whittle your way down the field. Is there going to be a defense that says, okay, we're going to go back to, we're going to stop everything short, and we're going to dare you to throw it deep on us?
That happens, I think, when you're playing a bad quarterback. The Bills, I was watching some...
Do you think Allen will never see that again?
Correct. Yes. I think if you are getting aggressive like that, it's at a quarterback that can't make the read and can't make the throw. The Bills had multiple looks in the Jets game. I was watching some All-22 where they blitzed both corners. And isn't that because they think, this guy doesn't know how to beat? Like, I'm thinking back to a quote from, this is going to go forever ago, but at training camp one year, talking with Dave Wanstead, who was the Bills' defensive coordinator with Chan, right?
Yeah, remember that.
He said you blitz the bad ones and you cover the good ones about quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. And how many times have we seen that? I know that's 20 years ago, but what is Josh Allen against the blitz? Good to great. What is Burrow, Mahomes? You blitz the good ones, they are...
They're gonna rip you apart. Ball's out.
Yeah,
they know where to go.
Here comes the blitz. Josh Allen moving James Cook to a spot where he's gonna boop over there. 50-yard run for Cook after the catch because Allen is beating you before the snap. You want to blitz Brady? This is why they always say get there with 4. How did the Chiefs lose to the Eagles? Well, they only rushed 4. Means you dropped 7. You're not sending all these blitzes. They didn't blitz a single time in the Super Bowl. So I think when you see a quarterback get blitzed a lot, it doesn't always mean the quarterback isn't good. Sometimes it means their protection, they don't trust that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't think you're going to see that unless you're playing bad quarterbacks. Bad quarterbacks, they're going to say, yeah, sure, Justin Fields, try to hit this this very tight window throw with a good corner while we're getting 3 guys through free gaps to get you. Like, if it's Allen, they won't do that.
That kind of sounds like to me then that the increase in the rushing attack in the NFL in the last couple of years is like going to stay for a long time.
Well,
from the great teams, in 5 years, am I going to be pulling up that passing chart and all the best teams are going to be in the bottom 10?
I don't know about that. I think that's another example of the idea of the running is back is just a little bit of a settling back from it got so pass heavy. And as we say that, what do we have? One team that's 2-0, the Chargers, is passing all over the place.
They are doing that.
Will they change that? Will their game travel?
Well, part of it is they can't run the ball.
Right.
They're doing it a little bit out of necessity. I'm looking right now, Allen, for some reason his next gen stats chart from the Ravens game is like blacked out on next gen stats. He didn't throw a pass of 20 yards in the Jets game by air yards. He had 7 in the Ravens game. And the Hawes pass, I have to pull it up like on the NFL Pro thing, looks like it was 29 yards.
Right.
And I think that is the furthest he's thrown a pass. The Palmer pass was about the same, like 27, 28. But I don't think he's thrown a pass of 30 yards.
Okay. Maybe tonight.
He also threw a deep ball to Shakir. That was at the end of the half.
I'll tell you.
Then that's kind of a broken play. You're trying to get in field goal range, right?
It's the Jet game where Allen got hit as he threw and the ball went nowhere. He's looking for Palmer on that deep. That would have been a 30-yard throw.
I don't remember this play.
Palmer's,
he got hit?
Yeah, Palmer's deep down the field, right to left, single coverage. I bet they take a shot for Palmer tonight. The Miami secondary is a mess. Josh Palmer gets a deep shot tonight.
You make a point about the quarterbacks and the blitz thing, though. Did you see the story Peyton Manning told about John Gruden a couple weeks ago?
Mm-mm.
He told a story how he had like 3rd and goal at like the 6, and they're playing the Bucks, and Gruden is like calling an all-out blitz on Peyton Manning. And Manning sees it before the snap, and he makes like one little adjustment, and he throws a slant to a wide-open Reggie Wayne for a touchdown. And Manning, they showed the clip with it. Manning, as he's walking away, he looks over at the sidelines at Gruden, and he like yells at Gruden, "You're kidding me, right? Like, you think you were going to get me with that one?"
Yeah.
Like, I'm Peyton Manning. Like,
Right.
He didn't say that part of it, but like that's how I think about the Allen part.
To further this point, Matthew Stafford threw a pick against the Titans last week, and it wasn't because of a blitz. What was it? It was because they fooled him in coverage where they had, I think, a linebacker dropping all the way back into the flat to undercut a receiver. And I was watching some all-22 of this, and the person online basically saying, like, you never fool this guy. Like,
right.
How do you beat him? You beat him. Well, he's not a guy that gets out of the pocket, so he might be a little different here. You might get some blitzes on him. Like, who's a guy they're blitzing a lot right now? Hurts. Hurts gets blitzed a lot, and the
Chiefs did it all day,
the whole day.
Yeah,
and Hurts has not completed any passes in like the intermediate the whole season. So I know it's not as cut and dry as if they get blitzed, they're bad. It's all game plan. It's all what you think you can do, how you can win. Anyway, 803-0550. The Bills have been blitzing more this year. And they blitzed a lot.
I saw yesterday they're like 6th in the league in how much they're blitzing.
Larry in Atlanta. Hey Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I know earlier you were asking for your favorite Bills-Dolphins memory, so I have a pretty good one I wanted to share with you. That was 1980. I was 9 years old, and my parents took me to my first NFL game, which was the Bills-Dolphins game, of course, where they had lost 20 games in a row to the Dolphins, and they finally beat them. So I'm at this game. I've never been to a game. I don't remember the game, but what I do remember was as soon as the game was over, as you guys know, the fans stormed the field. So they start ripping down the goalposts. And the funny thing to me was that they took the netting behind the goalposts, brought it out to midfield, and dozens of fans surrounded it, and they were using it as a trampoline. So people are jumping up and down on the net. The goalposts are down. We're leaving the stadium, and we see a guy with 2 sawhorses and a huge chunk of the goalpost, and he's sawing it up into pieces. He's cutting it and giving it away.
He just had a saw? What kind of saw? He's got a chainsaw? What do we got here?
Chainsaw.
Wow.
A chainsaw.
I mean, 1980, I guess, whatever.
Sure.
The guy's got and he had, are they sawhorses, right, where you put the things on? So he's got this whole setup ready to go. And he's cutting it up, giving it out to people, and I really wanted a piece, but my dad could not get me out of there fast enough. I imagine everybody was just completely wasted, so it was a pretty chaotic environment. And that was my first game, and it was amazing.
That's a heck of a first game. Thanks, Larry, for the phone call. I'm just picturing what kind of saw would I think would make it through a goalpost. And I would not be thinking, I mean, chainsaw, that's...
Chainsaw wood.
Sure, but that's...
But yeah,
a lot of sparks, a lot of noise.
Yeah.
A nice little hacksaw might do the job with the right blade on a goalpost. That's what I'd be thinking.
That'd be like what? Like it'd be like similar to cutting through PVC pipe, right? That'd be fine.
It's a good question.
In terms of like how tough that would be to cut through. I don't think it doesn't feel like it'd be that tough.
It'd be tougher than PVC pipe.
You think it'd be tougher?
Yeah. It's more sturdy than PVC. A goalpost.
Yeah?
Yeah, the sound...
It's thicker, probably.
The sound it makes indicates that
that's probably... Because it's so tall also that it's got to be somewhat sturdy. Because if you had PVC pipe that's that tall and tried to make a field goal post out of it, wouldn't it just fall over?
You would think.
I don't think I've ever held goalpost.
No. And in fact, most goalposts you see, there's padding around the base, so you're not really... Unless you're jumping up.
Well, like, I've done that and, like, barely been able to touch, like, the bottom of a goalpost with my finger, but not enough that I would ever, like, know what it's made of or feels like. I don't think I've ever held a piece of goalpost, so I don't know.
803-0550.
A lot of people must have it. I mean, if this guy was cutting it up, I mean, you could make a lot of pieces out of a whole goalpost. So I'm sure it's just littered around the fan base.
Yeah. Give us a ring. Your Bills-Dolphins memories. That's a good one.
Should they bring the goalpost down today as like a ceremonial, like, hey, last game against Miami, if they win the game, as like a throwback tradition, like goalposts are coming down tonight. Maybe they don't let everyone on the field.
Instead, every fan walking in gets a tiny little goalpost to take home. How about that?
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, leave the goalposts up, folks. We're going to need them next week. It's a long week, but the Saints are in town.
Yeah. They can play the Saints without field goal posts, right?
They come marching in.
I've got NFL field goal posts are structural aluminum tubing with padding
aluminum.
On the base,
Gotcha.
so
Gotcha.
Aluminum.
So that'd be tougher.
You could do a hacksaw if you've got a metal blade.
Definitely.
For it.
A hacksaw. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like a hacksaw, you wouldn't even need a chainsaw. But the chainsaw would be aggressive.
It would be hardcore, yeah.
That's better than when Tennessee beat Alabama and they threw their goalposts in the river. I'd rather you make souvenirs out of it than you just chuck it in the river.
What'd they do once it was in the river?
I have no idea.
They fish it out?
Probably
it back
the
up?
authorities fished it out, yeah.
They left it in there to be a reef?
I don't know. Owen, do you still have it up? Does it float? Is the next question.
Would a goalpost float?
Would a goalpost float?
No.
I would imagine if it's hollow.
It does not float.
You think so?
It might.
No.
If it's hollow, it would, I would think.
Aluminum? They make
inside?
boats out of aluminum,
Yeah.
don't they?
Yeah, but that's surface tension of water. That's what makes boats float. Not a goalpost doesn't have like all that surface tension. Is what I'm going with.
It's so long, it might. I don't know.
No,
who knows?
I think it might float.
No,
I'd be curious.
I think it might.
We should
float.
make a model, Joe. We'll make a model.
Yeah. Or I could just look up what happened to the Tennessee goalposts that they carried out of the stadium and then threw in the river.
No, there's no way a goalpost floats.
I think there's a way. I think you're not giving it enough.
Right. If you put it on a raft, yes. If you put it on a boat, but no, that thing's going to the bottom. That's a guess. All right, we're going to need someone that makes aluminum things. I think the structure of it is just not structurally. Anyway.
Okay, I'm watching it now. They throw this thing in the river, and it looks like it sinks immediately.
All right. Mystery solved.
Maybe this is going to be like Zapruder film because it's like fan video, like trying to figure out whether
You're telling me
it's
you see
floating.
A piece poking up because the river's only 10 feet deep?
That's the thing. It's very dark, and I don't know how deep the water is that this thing is in.
Listen, we are cracking the important cases this morning. It's Game Day. Sal next, Mike Catalana at 8, Chris Brown 8:30. Bills-Dolphins previews on the way here on WGR. Eight 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Predictions on the game tonight. We flirted all week with your favorite memory Bills Dolphins. And the rivalry is not ending, so it's not like we're looking for games that happen down there. They'll be back here this year, just in the new stadium. But your favorite memory of Bills Dolphins in the current Highmark Stadium. This season is about, among other things, a look back on what the stadium has meant to people, the moments you've had, the memories you've had. I mentioned earlier in the week that my glaring Miami memory is before I'm in the game, in the stadium as a fan. I'm more in the press box in the early couple of years of living here, covering the games for ESPN. And the pass from Drew Bledsoe to Peerless Price, where he runs and gets all the way to the end zone. Mm-hmm. That's the game where the Bills Ricky Williams runs for 2 50-yard touchdowns, but Peerless gets loose in the snow, hugs Jim Kelly, iconic moment. And so many of these iconic moments with the Dolphins involve snow, and they involve shootouts.
Yeah,
this has been a matchup that has had its share of shootouts, from the Kelly Marino days to even, these last couple years, 32-29, or games. Well, the Bills always shoot out the score, and Miami occasionally keeps up for a little while. So if you have your favorite Dolphins memory kind of locked and loaded, the number one that sticks out for you in this current stadium, give us a call and share it with us. What the rivalry means. Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been... What's the
Jackson Hawes would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson Hawes.
A seam shot that's probably, is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I don't think that. I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Hawes play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, like, the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top? Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays. Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, like, couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against the Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown, maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? Like, that's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming.
Bills and Dolphins tonight, 8:15 kickoff, Amazon Prime, Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, the Bills and the Dolphins. The final trip for Miami to Highmark Stadium, unless by some miracle they play at the Bills in the playoffs, which seems very unlikely at this point. Tonight's injury report, the Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. No Matt Milano for tonight's game. Sean McDermott with Sal Capaccio yesterday in the Extra Point Show ruled out Milano, who hadn't practiced all week with a pec injury. He also ruled out Ed Oliver. 3 players are questionable: Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and linebacker Shaq Thompson. For the Miami side, Jalen Waddle is questionable, but there's a report that Waddle is on the more positive end of questionable, so looks like he'll probably play tonight, but we will see. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy might return this week. He is going to get a limited practice and he might play in week 3, according to Kyle Shanahan. Sabres are back for training camp. Kevin Adams met with the media yesterday, said Jordan Greenway had a setback with his injury in July, and that his timetable for return is right around the season opener. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The Dolphins are in town, Sal. That's why we're talking about whether or not goalposts float, and also the materials that would best cut through goalposts.
I've got a video that kind of looks like it's floating when Tennessee fans threw it in the river.
I don't know. I'm still convinced they don't float. Sal, you have a take on this? It's time to have a take. Would a goalpost float?
I would think it would, yes. I don't know. I'm thinking of the buoyancy here. I don't really know. Way above my head, not something I normally would know, but I mean, why wouldn't it, right? I mean, what's it made of there? And then the other part is, like, that's why you can't really tear down the goalposts anymore. They have the hydraulic lifts now for the goalposts. They go up and down automatically with like a push of a button, basically.
Okay.
I didn't know about these hydraulic lifts. But
that would stop.
They do what?
Well, I mean, if I want to say hydraulic lift, but like the new like this happened a few years ago. Like goalposts aren't most stadiums. I believe the Bills have this. I mean, someone could tell me. Maybe somebody's listening to the organization say, "Sal, that's wrong." I'm pretty sure now. Goalposts now, they can go up and down basically like they're electronic. You know what I mean? There's something you can just move them up and down, so people can't do that anymore.
Gotcha. Well, we're not endorsing doing that. In fact, we're saying do not do that. They need
correct.
Yeah, they need
correct. So, but I do think if you think about the college games and being torn down, I think they float. I'm not sure. I think they do.
It's so tough to tell. The Tennessee fans beat Alabama and they threw it in the river, but it's so hard to see it, and it's like such a quick video. It's a cell phone. Like I don't know. I think it floats. I'm with Sal and Owen. You're on your own right now. Is the only one who thinks that they don't float.
I'm certainly not the only
because of
one
what,
that
surface
doesn't
tension or something.
No, I've learned through the bullpen chat has told me that's the wrong physics principle, but that they probably would not float nonetheless. All right, Sal. So Matt Milano and Ed Oliver out of this game.
Yeah, Matt Milano and Ed Oliver out of it. Weird transition, but it's okay.
No, got to do it.
Yeah, that's all right. Matt Milano. We're still waiting to hear really more of a concrete update on his status going forward. Sean McDermott with me yesterday on the Extra Point Show basically said we'll see where it goes next week for both of them. But he said with Matt specifically when I asked that, it's more about how everything responds after the first few days of this type of injury. So, I mean, it is a quick turnaround, right? So it's really tough to gauge. If this was a Sunday game and we were still in this boat, I think you'd have a little bit more of an antenna up on it, but I still think you have to have one here because you don't know. But Ed Oliver, we kind of knew going into last week that this would be a multi-week injury, and he's out this week. So they'll be missing Ed Oliver. They'll be missing Matt Milano. And then, Taron Johnson, who missed last week. Now, he told the media he feels like he's good to go. So I think it sounds like he's going to be, ready to play. And we'll see about Cam Lewis, red non-contact jersey, only a few days. You never know with these short weeks, what's going to happen here.
Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. On Miami's side of things, I know Jalen Waddle showed up on the injury report with a bit of a shoulder issue. How does Miami come into this game?
Yeah, and Chop Robinson as well is not he's questionable. So it looks like Miami is a little bit banged up like the Bills. Let me just kind of pull up their
they ruled
here. I had that.
The other one was they ruled Darren Waller out, Sal, but he really hasn't. He hasn't even got on the field. So it's almost like feels like a wash, right? Like he hasn't done anything.
Darren Waller was like the king of late round flyer in fantasy.
Yes,
football,
right. Yes, he was. Yeah.
Right. I mean, because you figure like, okay, well, Darren Waller, if maybe he could actually, go do something. So here you go. So you're right, Darren Waller. But Storm Duck is out. That is a corner for them. Safety. Iafede Melifonwu, Syracuse guy, I believe, right, Jeremy?
Yeah.
I think Melifonwu was a Syracuse guy. They're both out, and that hurts their secondary. Their secondary's already, depleted a bit as it is, meaning like it's just hasn't been that good, and now they're losing depth pieces and guys who play. And then Chop Robinson's questionable, and Jalen Waddle and defensive tackle Benito Jones is also questionable.
One thing about this matchup, Sal, Tyreek Hill's been, front and center of a lot of controversy there in Miami about his place on the team, whether or not they would move him, if he asked for a trade. And Hill, outside of maybe a playoff game, has not really put up big numbers against the Bills. And I wonder if the Bills kind of, keep their same approach to him that they always would, where they're afraid of him torching them and they make sure he doesn't. Now it seems like everybody keeps him in check. He's not had a lot of big, long, explosive catches in the last calendar year. And I don't know if you'd expect him to get one tonight or Miami to try and feed him tonight. But, Sean McDermott, Bobby Babbage, they seem to have had the formula on Hill for a while here.
I want to say this could be a Tua or Mike McDaniel offense point, and how teams have been defending. And if you remember a few years ago, when the Dolphins were rolling and they came to Buffalo, the Bills did a really good job on them, and people said, wait a minute, this is how you defend the team. Or maybe it was even the year before that, and the Bills went to Miami and did it. But remember when the Bills just took away all those first reads from Tua, and he had to sit in the pocket just that tick longer, and then bam, everything was right there in front of his face, and then he couldn't get to what he wanted. And I feel like that's kind of been the blueprint around the league to defend Miami. I agree with you. It went before that for Tua, but I think the Bills have done a good job of kind of defending this offense. They've done a good job of defending Tua and understanding what this offense is about, the timing, the rhythm, and disrupting that. Now, that being said, I went back and watched last year's game here, the one where Tyler Bass hit the 61-yarder to win the game. And there were a few times where guys got down the field a little bit on the Bills, including Tyreek had one down the sidelines kind of later in the game, or third quarter, I believe it was, get down the field. He was on the sidelines, and I think Kyrie Elam was over there in coverage. And say what you will about that, but he was down the sidelines. Jalen Waddle had a couple. Tyreek got behind the linebacker. So there's been times, and they can still do that. They have the ability to do that. There's no doubt. But I think more than anything, guys, I think that what the Bills have really done, it's not necessarily a Tyreek Hill thing. It is a disruption of the Miami offense thing, which is why that happens.
Yeah, in fact, they discussed that this week. Tua underthrew Tyreek Hill and said, yeah, of course, I couldn't get my feet under me. And that might be the kind of thing, Sal, where you're just betting, even if this guy does get behind us, we're going to get a crack at this football.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the first thing you have to do is say, let's just disrupt the timing here. And if you can do that, then everything else kind of can lead to something else that helps you. If you let the Miami Dolphins, with their offense and what they want to do, get into a rhythm and get their timing down, it's tough to stop. It's a very good offense. And then they can throw the running game at you because you don't know and you're on your heels. That's the number one thing you got to do. And I think the Bills have just done a good job of that over the years. Miami actually hurt the Bills last year, too, with a couple of screen passes. Devon Achane catches one. He runs for a touchdown. They had good blocking up front. They're fast, right? If they get those guys the ball in space, they're fast. And that's the thing you always have to watch out for. A few years ago, they came to town, and they had a great game plan to really kind of run at the Bills and use the Bills' kind of lighter box against them because they play nickel so much. And then they're banged up in the O-line, though, so I don't know if they're able to do that as much these days. But, they'll try to find some wrinkles to do things like that.
So I was just watching back a little bit of the Tua game, the Skylar Thompson playoff game here.
Yeah.
And at the end of that game, the Bills are up 3. The Dolphins get to midfield, and they had already taken a delay a game penalty or a false start penalty on that drive. They get to 4th and 1. They can't get the play in, delay a game, and now it's 4th and 6. And that just happened to them against New England. And I'm wondering how much criticism McDaniel's getting, not just for the results, but I saw another quote. Tyreek Hill said that he just finally fully understood the offense this year. Just that. The Bills seem to understand that offense, but I don't know if the Dolphins have an offense that really works in today's NFL because there are so many mistakes that come out of it.
Yeah, it's it reminds me a little bit of Rex Ryan's defenses, which are really, really good when they're on point and everybody understands. But, man, there's just so much that goes into it. There's so much complication to it that you have to really understand every little nuance and get ready as soon as you can. And it's hard in today's NFL. And you guys remember what happened when Baltimore came to Buffalo 2 weeks ago, and we talked about this. The Ravens used the Bills' communication in a loud stadium against them and said, we're just going to go quick snap. You know, when you run an offense, it's a little bit more complex, and you run an offense that requires people to know a bunch of stuff. Those things are going to happen. And, I mean, Miami just needs to kind of change their operation after what I saw last week, and maybe they will this week. Short week, right? Short week, be ready for it. Short week, they might come in here and say, we're going to keep everything simple and just bam, get up to the line and go, and everything's quick and everything's on rhythm. Because if they continue to try and do what they've been doing, it just winds up hurting them. They're late in the play clock. They're getting out of the huddle late. They're getting the snap off just before the play clock, and that's just not good for anybody. And I have heard, now I have friends that are Dolphins fans even, and like they'll tell me like they're just right now very not with this coach and what he's about and what he's doing, and they really liked him. And now it just seems like that's not that's not something that they're supporting as much anymore, you know, because of a lot of the things that you're talking about.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills-Dolphins, the final time the Dolphins will visit Highmark Stadium. Unless, of course, Sal, they get the wild – we already did the math on this kind of – they get the wild card while the Bills get pushed out of the 1 seed, because if the Bills do get the 1 seed, then Miami has to make the playoffs and win a game.
And just no chance.
Yeah, so we're just not feeling like that's it. Do you have a Miami memory that for you stands out above all the others?
Yeah, I think we talked about a few of them this week, right? The 44-34 in the snow was one for me. The snow game here was another one for me. You know what? I'll tell you another one. It's just kind of under the radar because it kind of didn't matter. It was during the drought. C.J. Spiller returning a kickoff for a touchdown against Miami. Doug Marrone coaching year, you know, and I remember that. And when's the last time the Bills returned a kickoff for a touchdown? Is that it?
No,
right?
kick return touchdown.
Yeah,
I mean there was the Nyheim Hines game, so there would be.
That's right. I'm sorry, you're right about that. So,
but otherwise,
I wasn't even thinking.
I got McKelvin against the Dolphins on a Thursday.
Yeah, but McKelvin's probably before Spiller. But
that's before Spiller.
That can't be many. Like maybe it's 3 or 4 ago. Sal. It's not. I don't think it's a lot.
I remember that. I remember that year. That was CJ. Yeah. Because what I remember about that. Okay, so that's 2014 actually, and here's why I remember it because. I believe I had just started on the sidelines, and the Bills had gone to Chicago and won. To go, That's the Fred Jackson game. They come back. That's the second game of the year. And at that point, I know it's kind of a weird thing to kind of think about and talk about, but it's such a nuanced, weird thing that I didn't know, on the kickoffs, where am I standing? What if he returns this? And I remember saying to myself, well, if he returns this for a touchdown, I'd like to be down there. And I wasn't. I was where he caught it because I'm figuring that's where the offense is going to start. But then, of course, he returned the kickoff for a touchdown. I'm on the other side of the field. I always think about that now when I'm on the sidelines, like where to be on the kickoff return.
Yeah, very quickly, because Sal, I know you got to go. But that game, they're wearing their throwbacks. I'm at this game. 5 rows back of the end zone. This is the game where Terry Pagula is introduced as Bills owner.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was the home opener. They did that big the zoom in picture thing that they do with the whole stadium.
All right.
And it was Kelly introducing Terry Pagula as the new owner was that game.
Yeah, listen, just a little operational stuff here. People ask me, and I want to make sure I get out there, about practice squad elevations. Because it's a midweek night game, that doesn't happen until today. So later today, before the game, at some point, I think they have to do the transaction officially by 4. We might not find out until inactives come out, to be quite honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that's not a day before the game situation like a Saturday, Sunday game, guys. That's later today.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline, head of Bills Dolphins tonight.
We got this question in the chat way earlier, and I just saw Matt Bovee tweet it.
Is it about goalpost floating?
It's not about goalpost
okay, something else? Okay.
Matt Bovee reminding everybody that if you don't need Amazon Prime to watch the Bills game tonight locally, it'll be on Channel 7.
Yes, that's right.
WKBW.
Very good. Jeremy and Joe, Mike Catalana at 8. We'll get his thoughts on the history of this series, this matchup, and also maybe a little check-in on the news that Oak Hill, which was confirmed yesterday, Oak Hill getting the 2035 PGA Championship. So good news for golf fans in this area. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. Open phone lines for you. Jump on the chat. Jump into YouTube, wherever you want to catch us. We'll see you there on WGR. Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been... What's the
Jackson Hawes. would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson
A
Haas.
seam shot that's probably, is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I
It's
don't
not
think,
even that?
I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Haas play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, like the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top? Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays. Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, like a couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against the Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? Like, that's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming.
So I was just watching back a little bit of the Tua game, the Skylar Thompson playoff game here.
Yeah.
And at the end of that game, the Bills are up 3. The Dolphins get to midfield, and they had already taken like a delay a game penalty or a false start penalty on that drive. They get to 4th and 1. They can't get the play in, delay a game, and now it's 4th and 6. And that just happened to them against New England. And I'm wondering like how much criticism McDaniel's getting, not just for the results, but I saw another quote. Tyreek Hill said that he just finally fully understood the offense this year. Just like that, the Bills seem to understand that offense, but I don't know if the Dolphins have an offense that really works in today's NFL because there are so many mistakes that come out of it.
Yeah, it's it reminds me a little bit of Rex Ryan's defenses, which are really, really good when they're on point and everybody understands. But man, there's just so much that goes into it. There's so much complication to it that you have to really understand every little nuance and get ready as soon as you can. And it's hard in today's NFL. And you guys remember what happened when Baltimore came to Buffalo 2 weeks ago, and we talked about this. The Ravens used the Bills' communication and allowed stadium against them and said, we're just going to go quick snap. When you run an offense, it's a little bit more complex, and you run an offense that requires people to know a bunch of stuff. Those things are going to happen. And, I mean, Miami just needs to kind of change their operation after what I saw last week, and maybe they will this week. Short week, right? Short week, be ready for it. Short week, they might come in here and say, we're going to keep everything simple and just, bam, get up to the line and go, and everything's quick and everything's on rhythm. Because if they continue to try and do what they've been doing, it just winds up hurting them. They're late in the play clock. They're getting out of the huddle late. They're getting the snap off just before the play clock, and that's just not good for anybody. And I have heard, now I have friends that are Dolphins fans even, and like they'll tell me like they're just right now very not with this coach and what he's about and what he's doing, and they really liked him. And now it just seems like that's not something that they're supporting as much anymore, because of a lot of the things that you're talking about.
Quick follow-up from yesterday, a conversation we had about the Tom Brady scandal, meeting with coaches on Zoom, and is there a conflict of interest? And I think a lot of people think there is a conflict of interest. Ben Johnson on the issue, quote, I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest with you. That's according to Kevin Fishman. Bears head coach Ben Johnson said he's been in pure coach speak mode when asked about this week's production meeting with Tom Brady. So they the other thing about it is it's Bears Commanders this week, and that's the game Brady has. And then next week the Commanders play the Raiders. So he could watch the game. Connor Orr wrote a piece about it, how it's a big conflict of interest and how, when you're listening to Brady, you now wonder, well, did he get that from the coaches? Jaden Daniels going to want to roll to his right. Or watch one Manning cast, and you'll kind of see how Tom Brady gets his information. He knows the game incredibly well, sees stuff happening. Tony Romo's predicting plays at the start of his career, right? Just based on formation, like, watch what they're going to do here. They're going to do that. I don't think that came from production meetings. I think that comes from just watching
in the league 2 years ago.
Yeah, just watching formations. And so I'm of the opinion if you think it's a conflict of interest, you're probably right. I also think it's probably not as big a deal as some have made it out to be.
Did you see that he is going to be playing in this flag football thing also?
I did.
So there's going to be a flag football tournament in Saudi Arabia, and like Myles Garrett is going to play, Saquon's going to play, Lamb is going to play, Sauce Gardner, who are the other ones? Tyreek Hill, Christian, like, you know what's happening, right? You know what Brady wants? He wants to play in the Olympics. Guarantee it right now.
So that's why he's in the flag football league?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's getting ready. He's starting that train right now. He wants to be the quarterback for Team USA in the Olympics. Mark my words. That is what he's doing. That is the Brady story that I'm more interested in right now. Not like this. I'm with you. Like, I don't know how much he actually gets out of the broadcast meetings. He's trying to be an Olympian when he'll be 50.
I will not be watching this flag football league. That I can tell you.
Wait, the flag football league or the tournament?
This
is like a one-off tournament for like a day or 2 days.
I will not be watching this.
Will you watch it at the Olympics, though, wouldn't you?
I don't know.
Just depend who the quarterback is.
No.
If Josh is the quarterback, you'd watch.
Sure.
But if Brady's the quarterback, no.
803-0550. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get your phone calls in. We'll talk with Mike Catalana previewing Bills-Dolphins this time, remembering the series as a whole, and also a little on the story he broke a couple days ago that Oak Hill is getting the PGA Championship back. That has since been confirmed. 2035 for Oak Hill. 2033 for Bethpage Black. So 2 out of 3 years, we will have the the PGA Championship in New York State. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 on WGR. Tyreek Hill's been, front and center of a lot of controversy there in Miami about his place on the team, whether or not they would move him, if he asked for a trade. And Hill, outside of maybe a playoff game, has not really put up big numbers against the Bills. And I wonder if the Bills kind of, keep their same approach to him that they always would, where they're afraid of him torching them and they make sure he doesn't. Now it seems like everybody keeps him in check. He's not had a lot of big, long, explosive catches in the last calendar year. And I don't know if you'd expect him to get one tonight or Miami to try and feed him tonight. But, Sean McDermott, Bobby Babbage, they seem to have had the formula on Hill for a while here.
I want to say this could be a Tua or Mike McDaniel offense point, and how teams have been defending. And if you remember a few years ago when the Dolphins were rolling and they came to Buffalo, the Bills did a really good job on them. And people said, wait a minute. This is how you defend the team. Or maybe it was even the year before that, and the Bills went to Miami and did it. But remember when the Bills just took away all those first reads from Tua, and he had to sit in the pocket just that tick longer, and then bam, everything was right there in front of his face, and then he couldn't get to what he wanted. And I feel like that's kind of been the blueprint around the league to defend Miami. I agree with you. It went before that for Tua, but I think the Bills have done a good job of kind of defending this offense. They've done a good job of defending Tua and understanding what this offense is about, the timing, the rhythm, and disrupting that. Now, that being said, I went back and watched last year's game here, the one where Tyler Bass hit the 61-yarder to win the game. And there were a few times where guys got down the field a little bit on the Bills, including Tyreek had one down the sidelines kind of later in the game, or third quarter, I believe it was, to get down the field. He was on the sidelines, and I think Kyrie Elam was over there in coverage, and say what you will about that, but he was down the sidelines. Jalen Waddle had a couple. Tyreek got behind the linebacker. So there's been times, and they can still do that. They have the ability to do that. There's no doubt. But I think more than anything, guys, I think that what the Bills have really done, it's not necessarily a Tyreek Hill thing. It is a disruption of the Miami offense thing, which is why that happens.
Yeah.
Bills and Dolphins on Thursday Night Football tonight, 8:15 kickoff on Amazon Prime. If you're local, it'll be on WKBW Channel 7 on TV as well. The injury report, the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Matt Milano and Ed Oliver have been ruled out for this game. Sean McDermott telling Sal Capaccio that on the Extra Point Show yesterday. Also, Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and Shaq Thompson are all listed as questionable. For Miami, a couple of starting secondary players are out for this game, and also Jalen Waddle is questionable with a shoulder injury. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy could return in Week 3 after missing only one game. Quick recovery for him. It was thought it would be more than that, but Kyle Shanahan opening the door for Purdy to play on Sunday. And in hockey, the Sabres report to training camp at practice, it's expected that Alex Tuck and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen might miss. They're both day-to-day with injuries. Kevin Adams informing everyone yesterday that Jordan Greenway had a setback with his injury. His timetable for returning to the ice isn't until around the season opener. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Third and 26. The snap. Tagovailoa has a pocket. Guns it downfield. Intercepted. Picked out by Poyer at the 30-yard line. Up to the 20. To the 15 along the far sideline and wrestled out of bounds at the 11-yard line. Jordan Poyer makes the interception. Seals the deal for the Buffalo Bills.
John Murphy on that call. Reliving some Bills-Dolphins memories. The Micah Hyde onside kick touchdown.
Dolphins.
Yeah, okay.
That was against the Dolphins.
Making sure.
Yes, it was. The spinning onside kick.
Catching, running, touchdown. Dolphins. All right. Maybe their last visit to Highmark Stadium. We think so. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Mike Catalano. Look back on this series, this Bills-Dolphins series, and talk about the matchup tonight as well for Thursday Night Football. Mike of WHAM and Buffalo Plus on YouTube. We haven't spoken since training camp. Mike, always a pleasure. Great to have you back.
Oh, great to be on again.
Well, let's start with the history of this series, Mike. You covered the Bills forever, and you know the ebbs and flows. Sorry, with respect, you know we talk about that at training camp all the time. The ebbs and flows of this series. You know, like you had the Dolphins had their day, and then the Bills, of course, had theirs. And we are currently living in a spot where it feels like Miami is. I don't know. Are they at a crossroads every time they play the Bills? Because this could be a kill shot kind of game and start the next era of what Bills Dolphins might ultimately be.
Yeah, I think it very much could be that. It's a mess down there. I was speaking with Will Manso, his sports director at Channel 10 in Miami. He's covered the team forever. And first of all, he said the fan base has basically checked out, and the Dolphins know this. They technically still sell tickets, a lot of empty seats. TV ratings are down, all that stuff. And all that stuff plays into it. They're just not a well-run football team. And, you think about what they have. You've got their talented player, Tyreek Hill. You got their quarterback in Tua, and you got the coach. And they're on different pages. Hill's trying to say the right things to get his way out the door. Tua's a little lost. I think McDaniel, I shouldn't say this in this way, but I think he wants to be fired. He's going to be fired. Get me out of here now. So his reputation doesn't even take more of a hit. I think they're a mess, and I think the Bills may just push them through that door tonight.
Yeah, whenever you hear him speak, Mike, this could be tough to read into, but everything just kind of sounds like he just doesn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like, you very rarely are getting optimism, anything from a Miami press conference. In fact, the more they talk, McDaniel or Tua with the Allen comments this week, the more they kind of are stepping in it with their own fans.
Yeah, no doubt. And, it's like culture. Everybody, sometimes people, they go, oh, yeah, what's culture? Until, you talk to Micah Hyde when he says when he came to Buffalo, he laughed because we didn't have a culture, and they built that, right? And it's Buffalo. And, what do they have in Miami? Sunshine and, can I say palm trees down there? No culture. They don't. They have talent with nothing. They've almost like not taken the time to build that. Now, I'm saying this, like, they have had talented teams, good teams with opportunities to do something. And, well, the Bills on several occasions have taken them out of that, like the win down in Miami a few years ago. That was their shot, right? To win the division, all that, and they didn't do it. So, yeah, I think I'm with you. I don't see a light there. I don't see this team making a run. I mean, I think they'll put in effort tonight. But at the first sign when it's going bad, I think it'll go bad for them.
Yeah. Mike, when you think about this Bills team and where they are through 2 weeks, what about it? It's 2 weeks, so it might be a tough question, but what have you learned about them that has surprised you maybe through these first 2 weeks?
I would say I was surprised last week in just how dominant they were defensively, where it felt like, okay, I think they'll obviously be better. Baltimore's maybe one of one in what they put out there against the Bills. But I was impressed that they played the way they did last week. And it's sort of been a strength of this team to find ways, even when guys are out. But I think that was fortunate for them. And the other thing is how, It's Josh Allen and then the parts, right? The ways they do it offensively. I don't think you see flash at all. Yet you look down and you go, oh, there's 30-plus again. And then we shouldn't be surprised by that, but I've been pleasantly surprised at how they've done it without, not anything tremendous out of Shakir, Josh not having to go crazy in the second game. I think they are a better version or potentially a better version of what we saw in total from last year and with an easier schedule this year. And that win against Baltimore early, I think this team can really go on some runs if they can, and especially if they get everybody back, because it's good to make up for guys like Milano and Oliver when they're out, but I think you're going to need them for the tougher part of the schedule.
It's funny, like if you asked anybody 3 quarters into the opener, you might have some major concerns. The comeback win helps, and then the dominant win over the Jets. One thing that they've gotten better at, this is exactly something they had to focus on defensively, third down defense. The Jets went 0 for 11 on third down. I would say a lot of that's because of what the Bills did on first and second down as well. But I guess it comes down to how close to what they were against the Jets can they be against better teams. Maybe Miami's not that answer, maybe New Orleans, but the Bucs, right? The Bengals if they're healthy, the Eagles, and the other playoff teams they'll eventually play when that time comes. Can they be a good enough defense where we're not at the end of the season saying, well, Josh did the thing and they let him down again?
Yeah, I think they can. They can be, and this is where I look at the schedule and say, boy, it kind of is doing them a favor, especially to escape the Baltimore game with a win, because it is giving them, when you look at it, a chance to ramp up a little bit. It should be, right? Tonight, on paper, should be. Next week should be, where you don't have to be perfect. To your point, it's good when you're against a team you should beat and you're dominant like they were last week. I don't know if you're going to get that every week. I don't know if you'll get that tonight, but it will help them. And then we'll see. What do they get from Ogunjobi when he comes in, and certainly Hoyt coming in to add to that. And Bosa, it's been very encouraging to see the way he's played. It makes such a difference when you have a guy doing what he's doing, and also recognizing, McDermott's hinted at it and Bosa's said it too, like even he feels like he's got to be better on some of the early downs because that's what they need. But it is great when a guy's in the backfield like that making plays for you.
Mike Catalano with us on the Wester Hotline. Mike, it should be the last game of Miami coming to the stadium. Obviously, so many years. I mean, there's a lot of top memories. How do you remember your first one, Bills and Dolphins at the stadium?
Not specifically the first regular season game. I remember the playoff game. I think it was a divisional game in '91. And I have 2 big memories of Bills Dolphins. One was in Miami early, but it was Kelly had been hurt, and he came back in that game, and it was just wild. I mean, he had missed a couple of games, and Jim threw for like 330 and 3 touchdowns. It was a little bit of snow. Bills outscored him like 44-34. So I remember, this is so funny. This is like some of the Dolphins players had told Bruce, or said publicly that Bruce was soft against the run. And he was angry, and he liked talking about that after the game. I mean, it's just kind of funny. It's like, do not call me soft. I mean, they gave up 34 points, but they dominated. And then the other one was in Miami. Again, Kelly coming back from injury, after the comeback game and then the win in Pittsburgh. And that defense dominated Marino. They took the ball away like 5 times in the AFC Championship game, and that was down in Miami when they thought we finally have these guys, and the Bills beat them. So, most of that time it has been, that team dominated the Dolphins as great as they were with Marino, and now in this stretch they've done it too. I mean, I can also talk about Rex in his last game with a disaster.
It
ended up being a great one for the Bills because it got them into the next stage, which is dominating Miami again.
That is the last time Miami has won in Buffalo. That game.
Yeah. Correct.
What I remember about that was
was Rex playing for a tie, not knowing that a tie eliminated him? Was that the kind of thing we were looking at?
It was he punted late.
Yeah.
And gave Miami the ball back, and then they
had 10 men on the field.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, some real. I always wonder what Rex, the ESPN guy, would be saying about Rex, the coach. for a game like that. But that was quite a way to go out. And against, isn't it something?
Yeah.
They haven't beaten the Bills at home since then, so that'll be something.
The Bills are the biggest favorite in the league this year so far. It's week 3, and this is the biggest spread of any team. So Bills favored to beat Miami, of course. Mike, before we get on and let you go, you'd broken the news about Oak Hill getting the PGA Championship back in 2035, and that's, of course, great news. I don't know if they'd been targeting a little bit earlier. It's a 12-year gap, and the gap previously had been about 10 years. But either way, coming back to Rochester, and great news for Oak Hill, for Rochester, and for golf fans.
Yeah, and this was no given. I had talked to a lot of people involved over the past few years, really, from the time of the end of the one they just had in 23, and there was big concern whether it works. There's always that thought about the weather. I think it's overblown a little bit. You're taking out a lot of courses if you don't want to play somewhat in the Northeast. And it's not about necessarily the weather or the tournament. It's the weather for them to get the course ready for the tournament. They do a phenomenal job here. So I think they alleviated at least enough of that. And then there's always talk of, market size and things like that for these events. It is highly competitive. It used to be they would announce, they're coming to Rochester, and then the state and everybody would get involved. It's different now. Like, they're fighting to get them to show up in New York State. And I think the governor and the state, between, when you think of Bethpage and all these places, it's sort of part of the whole thing with the economic help. I don't know, the PGA of America gets in this to set it up. So, yeah, we were able to get the story before it came out, which is always nice when it's around the corner from you. And I think it's great for here. And then, because we have the U.S. Amateur here in 2027, and then the Women's U.S. Open in 37, which is the first ever women's tournament at Oak Hill. So they've got a lot going on during that period of time, but it is a pretty good stretch before we'll see the men's tour come back here to Rochester.
And had they been talking about trying to get a U.S. Open? Is that the kind of thing where you kind of have to pick your lane, what you're going to shoot for? Was the U.S. Open always a long shot, like a much longer shot?
I think they wanted it. I really do believe. Now, the first event I covered here, you talk about years. First event I covered here was the 1989 U.S. Open. Okay, so they've wanted to be an open course, and they had the U.S. Amateur after that. That's a USGA event. And now they're bringing that back. And if you're trying to look at the tea leaves, Jeremy, you go, wait a minute, you've got the U.S. Amateur and the Women's Open. It's almost like, hey, we're doing all this stuff. Can we get – but you see the way the Open is. Like, most of the slots for the Open are filled. Like, it's crazy. It goes into the 2050s. So it's very limited, and I think the USGA has their spots, and Oak Hill's not on it. So – they're fortunate, though. They're still in the mix with the PGA of America, and they've got that event coming back, and they're doing all kinds of renovations at Oak Hill and all, too. So I think they think there's still more down the road. But I'll put it to you this way. I'm not covering 35. Okay, I may go with a beer, but I am not covering the 2035 PGA.
And, of course, this week, memories of the 95 Ryder Cup at Oak Hill, which was
yeah. I mean, tremendous.
Yeah. Mike, are you coming to town soon? You mentioned to me you're coming to town in October.
Yeah, we do our Buffalo Plus podcast. We're doing a lot of appearances. It's like we're on tour here. But Buffalo River Works Thursday, October the 9th. So Jenna Cottrell, Dan Fates, and myself will go there. We're doing sort of an event there from like 5 to 7, then doing our Buffalo Plus podcast at 7 o'clock. So. I've heard great things about the place. I have not been there, so we're going to be there. So if people want to come out, talk Bills, listen to the podcast, October the 9th.
All right, very good. Mike Catalana, WHAM, and Buffalo Plus on YouTube on the Bills and Dolphins. Enjoy the game tonight, Mike. Pleasure as always.
All right, thanks. All right, take care, guys.
All right. A little golf, a little football. We are in fall golf season. It's a great. I mean, it's.
I went yesterday and saw multiple trees that are starting to turn.
Yeah.
Getting some red on them and some orange.
Jonathan in Batavia. Hey, Jonathan, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Joe. Thanks for the show. Talking about Bills, Dolphins memories. I did attend the game that Rex Ryan got fired at, But my first two Bills games I ever attended was in 2006 and 2007, both against Miami. On both occasions, I won tickets through Genesee Community College, and then 2006 they won 21-0, and then 2007 they won 38-17. So about the same point of the season, both very similar thing, and those are my first two Bills games, plus into the game that we're firing. So those are my Bills memories.
Thanks, Jonathan. The Rex Ryan got fired game, I'm looking at it here. So it's 31-31 in overtime. Mm-hmm. And the story of this game, if I remember correctly, the Bills dropped to they are 7-8.
Mm-hmm. They're not going to make the playoffs.
I'm pretty sure I really thought part of the lore of this was you lose with a tie.
Yeah.
Like you're eliminated with a tie.
And you still had an outside shot if you had won.
You cannot tie. And they punted to Miami with 4:09 left in overtime on a 4th and 2.
4th and 2.
At their own 41. It's a 4th and 2 at their own 41.
Egregious.
With 4:09 to go. And on the first play after that punt is the Jay Ajayi 57-yard run to the Bills' 28.
With 10 men in the field.
Yes.
The Bills had 10 men in the field.
Yeah.
Brutal. And then he's gone the next day.
Memories.
Right? He's fired the next day. Anthony Lynn coaches the last game of that season, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and that's the last Dolphins win. So long ago.
Jay Ajayi is the running back for the Dolphins. Who's the quarterback of that game? The Bills lose to get eliminated from playoff contention to which Dolphins quarterback?
It's not Tannehill?
It is not Ryan Tannehill.
All right, well, if it's not Tannehill, then it's probably Matt Moore.
Correct. It is Matt Moore.
Is that the year he started a playoff game for them?
Miami,
he started a game in Pittsburgh.
Because Miami goes to 10-5 with that win.
Okay. And then he took, you can go find it on YouTube if you want. Matt Moore, a couple weeks after that Bills game, took the biggest hit in that playoff game that I've ever seen a quarterback take. Like, him and the defender shot off the screen. You couldn't even see the end of it because it was such a hard hit. So, yeah. Matt Moore and David Fales, everybody. Quarterbacks of the Dolphins. Jay Cutler starting a game against the Bills for the Dolphins.
Anytime you mention
weird quarterbacks,
all of these quarterbacks that are on the trash heap of quarterbacks for a franchise, that's the alternate side of the how are you going to pay Tua? The answer is because if you don't pay Tua, you might end up in that spot. And I understand you want a Josh Allen, you want to chase a Josh Allen. Everybody loves to say, "Oh, just bail on it and get somebody new." Now might be Miami's time to actually try and do that after this year. But you get somebody in the middle and you're a GM, I don't know that there are many GMs that would just say, like, oh, no, I'll just be 4-13 as long as it takes till I find, Josh Allen. It's tough. It's tough business. How many quarterbacks are actually worth hitching your wagon to? Is it 7? Would you say fewer than that?
I'd say a dozen.
A dozen.
A dozen.
Give me a 12. All
right.
The 12,
Allen.
You think it is totally reasonable to hitch your full wagon to?
Allen,
Mahomes, Jackson.
Yep. Burrow.
I
would say that about Justin Herbert.
Okay.
I would say that about Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts.
You would say that about Hurts.
I would say it about Hurts. Yeah, he's good. I wouldn't put him at the top. But,
yeah, and he's won a Super Bowl.
Yep. I would say that about Jared Goff right now.
Ooh.
I would say that about... That's 8.
You need 4 more. Jaden Daniels, you would say that?
Jaden Daniels.
You'd say that already.
Definitely about Jaden Daniels already.
You wouldn't say it about Drake May yet?
Nope. Not about Drake May. Certainly wouldn't say it about Caleb Williams.
You would say it about Trevor Lawrence?
No.
Can I tell you, I saw something about Trevor Lawrence yesterday that was...
Stafford,
okay.
I do that.
You're at 10?
That's 10. I would do it to Baker for sure. Hitch, I'm all in on Baker. I would love Baker if he was my team's quarterback.
I think a lot of people would love Baker. The question is, can he win? Also, he lost a guard. Like
that whole line is destroyed because they played with 2 backup tackles on Sunday.
Right. The Bucs season might come undone by their offensive line getting hurt.
I mean, like 11. But 2 is below the line for
sure. That's probably.
And not all of those guys are going to be like MVPs, but
no,
like
I mean, most of them won't, and most of them won't make a Super Bowl.
But those are quarterbacks where like I would pay them. Anyone else, like I would rather move on and try my luck at something else. I think the Niners have a decision to make with Purdy on this. He's great, but see Mac Jones in that offense looks just as good. Looks the exact same. The line moved the news that Purdy might play this week. The line moved half a point.
They already paid Purdy. So
yeah, that's right.
The decision's been made.
That's right.
One other thing. So anyway, I mentioned the thing about Trevor Lawrence. We'll get to Chris Brown on the other side. Brett Coleman wrote this about Lawrence, who was supposed to be, stop me if you've heard this before, a generational prospect, the best prospect.
Yep.
He's like the Andrew Luck. He wrote about the Jags. Brett Coleman of Underdog Fantasy and the Bootleg podcast. He does great stuff on every team. The thing that frustrates me the most about the Jags is how almost good Trevor Lawrence is. He's not bad, but he's not enough. And you may have seen it this week. Liam Cohen and Lawrence in a on-field dispute because Cohen says, hit him in the chest. He's telling his quarterback, ball placement. I feel like I can remember Chris Brown over the years. We're talking about other quarterbacks. Like ball, it's not just getting the pass to the receiver, it's ball placement. Mm-hmm. And Coleman writes, Liam is doing what he can to ease the burden, but there's only so much he can do when his quarterback can't put the ball exactly where he wants to. You have a really good quarterback that isn't accurate enough. Not good enough. Lawrence. He's not bad. He's not enough. And wouldn't that make sense? You've got some film watchers that say, no, he can do a lot of things, but the ball's just not where it needs to be. He might be the guy that misses every putt by an inch. But sorry, you're not on the tour. You got to make it. I was close.
And they gave him a $275 million contract.
Yep. And that offense is not working the way it's supposed to right now. Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter, like they're not putting up the numbers that are worthy of those investments they made.
You'd rather have Trevor Lawrence or Caleb Williams right now?
Oh, wow. I do have a stat for you on the Lions and the Bears.
I think I'd rather have Lawrence.
Do you know when Ben Johnson took over and got the job with Jared Goff and was the offensive coordinator, they started 1-6?
Wait, one more time?
Ben Johnson
that's right. Okay, yeah.
They're 1-6 with Goff. The difference is in those 6 losses, Goff and the offense consistently put up like 25 to 30 points and still lost.
They had like the worst defense.
But there were signs of life.
Yeah.
And right now with Ben Johnson and the Bears, they've got a long way to go. Tyson Bagent.
Caleb's rising on that first quarterback bench odds list.
There's our bet board. You want to bet Tyson Bagent starts a game for them and Williams is benched? I would bet that. Bagent gets a start.
Like
this year.
By decision.
Yes, this year. Bagent.
All right, I'll bet that. I think they move on from Williams, but I don't think it's going to be that quick.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be that quick.
$5 bet board. I'm on the Tyson Bagent train. Chris Brown when we return here on a Buffalo Bills football Thursday-ish. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Tyreek Hill's been, front and center of a lot of controversy there in Miami about his place on the team, whether or not they would move him, if he asked for a trade. And Hill, outside of maybe a playoff game, has not really put up big numbers against the Bills. And I wonder if the Bills kind of, keep their same approach to him that they always would, where they're afraid of him torching them and they make sure he doesn't. Now it seems like everybody keeps him in check. He's not had a lot of big, long, explosive catches in the last calendar year. And I don't know if you'd expect him to get one tonight or Miami to try and feed him tonight. But, Sean McDermott, Bobby Babbage, they seem to have had the formula on Hill for a while here.
I want to say this could be a Tua or Mike McDaniel offense point, and how teams have been defending. And if you remember a few years ago when the Dolphins were rolling and they came to Buffalo, the Bills did a really good job on them. And people said, wait a minute. this is how you defend the team. Or maybe it was even the year before that, and the Bills that went to Miami and did it. But remember when the Bills just took away all those first reads from Tua, and he had to sit in the pocket just that tick longer, and then bam, everything was right there in front of his face, and then he couldn't get to what he wanted. And I feel like that's kind of been the blueprint around the league to defend Miami. I agree with you. It went before that for Tua, but I think the Bills have done a good job of kind of defending this offense. They've done a good job of defending Tua and understanding what this offense is about, the timing, the rhythm, and disrupting that. Now, that being said, I went back and watched last year's game here, the one where Tyler Bass hit the 61-yarder to win the game. And there were a few times where guys got down the field a little bit on the Bills, including Tyreek had one down the sidelines kind of later in the game, or third quarter, I believe it was, get down the field. He was on the sidelines, and I think Kyrie Elam was over there in coverage. And say what you will about that, but he was down the sidelines. Jalen Waddle had a couple. Tyreek got behind the linebacker. So there's been times, and they can still do that. They have the ability to do that. There's no doubt. But I think more than anything, guys, I think that what the Bills have really done, it's not necessarily a Tyreek Hill thing. It is a disruption of the Miami offense thing, which is why that happens.
Yeah. Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been what's the
Jackson Hawes would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson Hawes.
A seam shot that's probably is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I don't think
even that.
I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Hawes play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, like the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top? Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays. Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, like a couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against the Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? Like, that's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming.
Bills and Dolphins tonight, Thursday Night Football, Amazon Prime, and also on Channel 7 WKBW for TV locally tonight. The injury report, the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Ed Oliver, Matt Milano ruled out for tonight's game. Cam Lewis, Taron Johnson, and Shaq Thompson are questionable for Miami. Jalen Waddle is listed as questionable. Sabres are back in town for training camp. Yesterday, Kevin Adams meeting with the media. Jordan Greenway had a setback from his injury in July. He had to have another surgery, and his timetable for returning to the ice is right around when the season opener will be in just less than a month. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's a pitch to the right side to Mostert, and he's swarmed under, fumble on the play, and the Bills have the football! Holy moly!
Remembering some great moments in Bills-Dolphins history at Highmark Stadium, as it could be, likely will be, the last time the Dolphins come to town. Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of this game tonight. It's a Thursday night football game. You can, of course, catch the game here on WGR, and Chris will have the call with Eric Wood and Sal Capaccio on the sideline. Chris, good morning. Happy Miami week, Miami day. It's an interesting one. It's the biggest spread in the league this year. So, Bills coming in heavy favorites and against a team that they always seem to have good fortunes against.
Yeah, scoring points not really a problem for the Bills against this team. I just don't think the Bills are a great matchup for the Dolphins, and they certainly haven't been over the last couple of years, and they've got a lot of problems that they're trying to fix right now here to start the season. I mean, they looked like they were dead on arrival in Indianapolis in week one. Last week, I think their offense gained a little bit of traction and started to get back to looking like the offense we've been accustomed to seeing with Tua and company there as that game wore on against the Patriots. But they've got a lot of problems on both sides of the ball, and I don't know that the fixes are coming anytime soon.
What the Bills' defense, Chris, what do you expect from this game? They obviously give up the giant performance to Baltimore. They stopped the Jets from doing anything last week. And the Miami matchup has been a lot of the Bills dominating the Dolphins, but there have been these decent performances by the Dolphins offensively sprinkled in along the way. So I guess how far one way or the other do you expect the Bills defense to look today between dominant and what, week one looked like?
Yeah, I think if you look at the game last year, here against the Dolphins, it went right down to the wire. It took a 61-yard field goal for the Bills to win it. I thought that was probably the best collective effort we've seen from Miami, in this series with Coach McDaniel as head coach for Miami. So that was everything that the Dolphins could throw at them and then some. And the Bills still somehow find a way to win. I don't think it's going to be that close here tonight. But Devon Achane, I think, is now the unofficial number one catalyst of this offense. And he's been a bit of a thorn in the side of the Bills, 6 touchdowns in 4 career games. I think he's got a couple of games with over 100 all-purpose yards. And really, with the way that defenses, at least at the outset of this season, have tried to clog up the middle of the field, knowing that's where the Dolphins' passing game thrives, it's been on Achane to kind of get yards out in the horizontal areas of the field, in the flats and on swing passes and things of that nature, because Tua, he doesn't have elite arm talent, so throwing outside the numbers is not his forte, and that's what defenses have been trying to force him to do here through the first 2 weeks. I would expect the Bills to follow suit and play their typical top-down defense, try to clog up the middle of the field, and force them to try to attack Buffalo horizontally. How much success they'll have, we'll have to wait and see. I think the pass rush has a chance to be effective tonight, especially with 2 backups on the right side of the offensive line for the Dolphins.
with Tua, he's taken a bunch of sacks this year, and the Bills have been a little more aggressive with their blitz numbers this year. I wonder, Chris, if they do that, if they do more of that. We've seen them be very aggressive and hit Tua early in games, hit him a lot. He suffered injuries in Bills games, maybe not coincidentally as well. But I would imagine it's not just about the pressure that they're going to get from maybe Bosa, but corner blitz is something we saw them use a bit in New York against the Jets as well.
Yeah, and look, I think what Buffalo has done defensively against Tua that has proven effective year after year is they do their best to take away his first read on a play. And as soon as you have Tua patting the ball and having to make a second reaction play, that is not a strength of his. So they try to make him a second reaction player instead of just drop back, rhythm, throw the football. They try to force him to second and third options. That's when the pass rush has a chance to get home, and that's what I think has made Buffalo's defensive game plan so effective against Miami over the last few years. So hopefully they can duplicate that in some form or fashion again tonight.
What do you think the Bills will look like offensively? I mean, it could really just be how they do it. I think the expectation that they could score a lot of points is there. And this Miami defense, Chris, it's been called one of the worst secondaries we've seen in years. And now they're missing Melifonwu and Storm Duck, who have both played some on the defensive side of the football this year. So an already shorthanded, or maybe a weak secondary, is going to be even more shorthanded.
Yeah, and the pass rush on the front end has not helped them. We hear Coach McDermott say all the time how they want to marry the rush and the coverage, and that has been completely disjointed for the Dolphins, too. I mean, they certainly have pass rushing talent. Chop Robinson's not 100%. He's entering the game questionable tonight, so we'll have to see where that lands. And then Jalen Phillips, I don't think he has all his explosion back after his injury, season-long injury last year. Bradley Chubb looks pretty good out of the chute here. He's got 2 sacks in the first 2 games, so he's a guy to be mindful of. But, yeah, the secondary can be had, and I'm very curious to see what Buffalo's approach is at the outset here. Do they let Josh open it up and start throwing, or do they kind of go with the same approach we saw them take last week, which is just pound this team into submission? It's interesting, guys, because Steve and I had a poll on our show yesterday. How do you expect the Bills to attack the Dolphins? And we just did a poll, run game, pass game, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter was the overwhelming winner.
Yeah.
Because I think Bills fans have seen, in the first 2 weeks, you rely on Josh's arm, you score 41 points and you win. You rely on the run game and go in power football against the Jets, and you put 30 up. So I think the Bills fans are supremely confident that the Bills are going to be able to do whatever they want on offense tonight.
Yeah, I wonder, Bills fans might too, Chris, want to see, if the game was going like the Jets game was last week, where you're running the ball great and you got this one in the bag, and the Bills kind of go on to cruise control in that second half, if fans might have the appetite to just see, just keep throwing the ball all over them. Run it up a little bit more in Miami. It's the last time they're at the stadium. But on the other hand, last year in Miami, that's a game where Allen didn't have to do much at all because Cook kept breaking off giant runs.
Yeah, and they were getting turnovers and extra possessions because they were getting pressure on Tua. And you see that, we've seen that Tua before, right? Like that panicked look Tua where he just heaves the ball to the sideline and it's picked off. I mean, Jamarcus Ingram with 2 picks last year, so one that he returned for a touchdown. And let's not forget this too, guys. The Dolphins had 3 or 4 turnovers on downs in that game as well in week 2, which was also a Thursday night game, by the way. And I think that at this point, the Dolphins have struggled mightily in the area of short yardage on offense, and I still don't think they have a 4th down conversion through 2 games this year. So short yardage has been a perennial problem for them, and with a revamped offensive line that really doesn't have its bearings yet, I'm not optimistic that that's fixed either.
Chris Brownhill to call the game tonight. Bills and Dolphins Thursday Night Football, and then an extended week. And then the hottest ticket in town, Chris, 1 p.m. Saints. I mean, I don't know if the Saints know.
It's so weird.
The Saints don't know yet, but they are the hottest ticket in town. Getting a ticket to that game is the Sunday 1 o'clock slate grows slim with this current stadium, so that'll be a fun one.
So you're saying the demand is more for the time of day than
I
the
think so.
opponent.
There
It
could
has
be,
to be.
maybe there's a Alvin Kamara, farewell tour that I don't know about.
No, it's gotta be just. It's a 1:00 Sunday, nice weather game, and everyone would expect the Bills to roll.
Yep.
That's got to be it. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's during elite season.
True.
Very good.
Indeed.
Yes.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, take care.
Chris Brown. He'll have to call the game tonight here on WGR, and we'll chat with him post game as well. Bills and Dolphins.
Yeah, Thursday will make it I like when they play on Thursday because I do like just sitting back on Sunday, just like give me quad box, Sunday ticket, and red zone on another screen, and just give me everything.
It does make a regular weekend feel like a long weekend. You'll just be hanging out on Sunday. Like, this is a free day.
Right.
All right, we're going to break in. We've got to go quad box at some point today because Callie Joe, also known as Joe Callie, producing today, is wearing the Bills rivalry uniform. You got a Bills Josh Allen rivalry uniform. The
good one.
The good one, the higher end one. Listen, you can have an upper end or lower end, whichever you want. It's all good. Get what's right for you. But we're going to take a good look at this thing.
Yeah.
No promotional photo. We're going to get a good look. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. To join us, what else coming up today? Our fantastic four-way parlay.
Yes.
I'm tempted to.
I'm 2-0. Come on, guys.
Can I tell you? I'm tempted.
I'm 2-0, and this guy's got like a 1,000-to-1 shot right in the holster. For
I'm saying Jackson Hawes' last touchdown is a great idea.
It's a great idea. Do we need it in our parlay though? Is a different question. You can put it in there if you want.
I mean, Jackson Hawes' last touchdown.
I'll tell you. I'm going to bet it whether it's in our parlay or not. I do like it.
He's got a catch in each game. He came close. They're going to want to get this guy a touch. They want to reward him for
being PFF's number one highest graded tight end through 2 weeks in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm not betting him Rookie of the Year, Joe. Just, last touchdown.
What would he have to do to win Rookie of the Year?
Can you imagine? This man blocked everyone.
He really was the best blocking tight end ever, and he caught 12 touchdowns. Could he do it?
803-0550 to join us on WGR. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Predictions on the game tonight. We flirted all week with your favorite memory, Bills-Dolphins. And the rivalry is not ending, so it's not like we're looking for games that happen down there. They'll be back here this year, just in the new stadium. But your favorite memory of Bills-Dolphins in the current Highmark Stadium. This season is about, among other things, a look back on what the stadium has meant to people, the moments you've had, the memories you've had. I mentioned earlier in the week that my glaring Miami memory is before I'm in the game, in the stadium as a fan. I'm more in the press box in the early couple of years of living here, covering the games for ESPN. And the pass from Drew Bledsoe to Peerless Price where he runs and gets all the way to the end zone. Mm-hmm. That's the game where the Bills Ricky Williams runs for 2 50-yard touchdowns, but Peerless gets loose in the snow, hugs Jim Kelly, iconic moment. And so many of these iconic moments with the Dolphins involve snow, and they involve shootouts.
Yeah.
This has been a matchup that has had its share of shootouts. From the Kelly Marino days to even, these last couple years, 32-29, or games, well, the Bills always shoot out the score, and Miami occasionally keeps up for a little while. So if you ever, your favorite Dolphins memory kind of locked and loaded, the number one that sticks out for you in this current stadium, give us a call and share it with us. What the rivalry means. Tyreek Hill's been, front and center of a lot of controversy there in Miami about his place on the team, whether or not they would move him, if he asked for a trade. And Hill, outside of maybe a playoff game, has not really put up big numbers against the Bills. And I wonder if the Bills kind of, keep their same approach to him that they always would, where they're afraid of him torching them and they make sure he doesn't. Now it seems like everybody keeps him in check. He's not had a lot of big, long, explosive catches in the last calendar year. And I don't know if you'd expect him to get one tonight or Miami to try and feed him tonight. But, Sean McDermott, Bobby Babbage, they seem to have had the formula on Hill for a while here.
I want to say this could be a Tua or Mike McDaniel offense point. and how teams have been defending. And if you remember a few years ago, when the Dolphins were rolling and they came to Buffalo, the Bills did a really good job on them, and people said, wait a minute, this is how you defend the team. Or maybe it was even the year before that, and the Bills went to Miami and did it. But remember when the Bills just took away all those first reads from Tua, and he had to sit in the pocket just that tick longer, and then bam, everything was right there in front of his face, and then he couldn't get to what he wanted. And I feel like that's kind of been the blueprint around the league to defend Miami. I agree with you. It went before that for Tua, but I think the Bills have done a good job of kind of defending this offense. They've done a good job of defending Tua and understanding what this offense is about, the timing, the rhythm, and disrupting that. Now, that being said, I went back and watched last year's game here, the one where Tyler Bass hit the 61-yarder to win the game. And there were a few times where guys got down the field a little bit on the Bills, including Tyreek had one down the sidelines kind of later in the game, or third quarter, I believe it was, get down the field. He was on the sidelines, and I think Kyrie Elam was over there in coverage, and say what you will about that, but he was down the sidelines. Jalen Waddle had a couple. Tyreek got behind the linebacker. So there's been times, and they can still do that. They have the ability to do that. There's no doubt. But I think more than anything, guys, I think that what the Bills have really done, it's not necessarily a Tyreek Hill thing. It is a disruption of the Miami offense thing, which is why that happens.
Yeah. Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been... What's the
Jackson Hawes would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson Hawes.
A seam shot that's probably, is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I don't think even that. I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Hawes play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top? Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays. Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, a couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against the Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? That's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming.
Ian Rappaport just reporting that Jalen Waddle tonight will go through a pregame workout. He is hopeful to play tonight.
Okay. First thing Jalen Waddle has to do is ditch his touchdown dance and get a better one.
What?
The Waddle is it's bad.
Why?
It is bad. Your name is Waddle.
Specific to him.
Congratulations. Yeah. Your touchdowns look lamer because of your celebration. 100%.
No,
gotta ditch it. It's got to go ASAP.
He's the only one that can do it.
He's the only one that should have the awareness to not do it.
That's why he doesn't score touchdowns anyway. He's got 3 touchdowns in the last 2 years.
He set the NFL rookie record for receptions in a season. Didn't he do that? Or get 99? Maybe
104?
104.
Maybe, is that the record?
Maybe it wasn't a record.
Every year has been a decline since then.
Yeah.
Look, here's targets by year. 140 to 117 to 104 to 83. Just a precipitous drop. Year by year. And isn't it just injuries are stacking up? He's always hurt.
He is.
And maybe he is the number 2. Would he be a top 10 receiver if he was the number 1 on a really good offense?
Oh, yeah, he's legit. There's no doubt about that.
But he's the second target on an offense that's still trying to figure out how to get back to what they were.
And super on script and all that.
Right.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-552-550. Sabres back to it on Monday. Kevin Adams and Lindy Ruff both spoke yesterday. Any quick thought on what we heard?
Not that this is surprising. This was clearly their intention all off season, but man, they are putting all their eggs in the we're going to stop teams from scoring basket. Didn't sound worried about their ability to score goals. When Matt Beauvais asked Kevin Adams about, hey, like, where might those goals come to replace one of your best offensive players leaving the lineup? And Adams' quote was, honestly, I'm more worried about our ability to stop other teams from scoring. So they're just trusting that Tage and Tuck and Norris are going to carry the load, and they're going to score enough goals, and their defense is going to get way better, which I think is I would not just assume they're going to score goals like they did last year. But maybe they're going to have a better power play, in my opinion, for that to happen. And every time the power play came up, every time that came up, like Norris was the guy that they were citing. Lindy especially. Like, how are we going to score? Norris. We have a healthy Norris in our top six. And like he's fine, but that's a flimsy plan for a guy that can't play more than 60 games in a season.
They, of course, uttered the hard to play against line, which that's been pretty much a desire throughout the entire drought. The whole thing.
Yep.
The whole thing starts with the drafting of Ristolainen and Zadorov, and at the draft table, the words are uttered. You want to be harder to play against?
Mm-hmm.
The entire drought is a pursuit of that. This might be one of the times they actually kind of need that instead of scoring, because they have scored a lot lately. Scoring's not a problem. So it's the same message.
Well, it hasn't been a problem.
Yeah.
But will it now?
It's a good question.
You just took one of your best 5-on-5, maybe even arguably your best 5-on-5 scorer out of the lineup.
Yeah,
not the best. Tage led the league in even strength goals last year.
And you had a lot of it, so you flipped something that you were good at to try and get better and get more balance. The one thing I would wonder, keeping the puck out of the net, man, you're doing it, and your number one goalie who has been shaky is maybe not available. You're rolling into a season with Levi, Georgiev, and Lyon, and the goal is we got to keep more out of the net. But again, they want to do it with better defensive play, so the point would be that they think they can do that. So
yeah, I mean, it's not a guarantee at all, but I'm actually more optimistic for their goaltending than I've been in past years. Like, Lyon has been better in the last 3 seasons than any 3 seasons of a Sabres goalie during the whole drought.
How do we like the way the season starts? Rangers, Bruins, Avalanche, Senators, Panthers.
Rangers, Bruins, Avalanche, Senators, Panthers. I mean, the Avalanche and the Panthers being in there isn't necessarily appealing. A lot of those are home games, aren't they?
They're home for the Rangers, home for the Avalanche, home for the Senators, home for the Panthers.
It's a one road game in the first week. They should win. How many games did you just rattle off? Is that 6?
I give you the first 5.
First 5?
Rangers, Sabres, Avalanche, Senators,
Would
Panthers.
you take 3-1-1? That's a dream, right?
Would you take
3-2?
Would you take 0-5?
Get out of here with that question.
5 points.
If they're 0-5,
then they have bad luck in shootouts or overtime. Hey, one very quick thing I saw on the Leafs.
Okay.
Unintentionally funny thing about the Leafs. I made a point to favorite this to get to it. So these things go hand in hand sometimes. And what was it this time? I read that the Leafs, they're ready to have more fun this year. And that there's a lighter mood around the Leafs. And I would just like to point out how often that is paired with people don't expect you to be as good.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's feeling great.
I don't expect them to be as
one
good.
thinks we're going to win the cup now because we lost a 100-point player. And more than that.
You watch. If it carries over, they had a lot of bad numbers last year for what they were at 5-on-5, and you didn't notice because they were second in the league in save percentage. Quietly, they were a team that was carried by goaltending.
Yeah. Be interesting. And there was one other piece about that Leafs thing I wanted to get to, but we got a break. We'll get a break in. When we get back, Quad Box, we're going to check out this Rivalries jersey. We'll get your calls on Dolphins memories. It's Football Thursday. Bills and Dolphins tonight here on WGR. I've got a, let's call it a source in the hospitality industry that sees the other teams coming in and, will occasionally give me a review of how do they look? What's their vibe? And his, whatever, just one person, one source saying, yeah, they look like they don't want to be here. Which, short week, trip to Buffalo, you wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, they're not going to talk about the weather being bad. It's beautiful for tonight.
Yeah, 70.
70 degrees. Absolutely epic night on tap for tonight in Orchard Park. But just his vibe was, it's a team that does not want to be here. Whether it's a team of dead man walking vibes or whatever it is. When we talked yesterday with Alan Pupar about the Dolphins, about Mike McDaniel, could he get fired? He left it on the table as possible. Yeah. That if the game goes a certain way, yes. If there's this belief that this man has lost the locker room, which is, something that is a narrative that can be partially true. Coaches rarely lose everyone. What they lose is the ability to win games. And maybe guys aren't buying in the way they should be. But Miami has a talent gap. Yeah. Miami has a lot going on. And they have injuries as well on their offensive line. So it's a tough time to be a Dolphins fan, I would think. And the path forward is probably going back to the bottom. And that might be this year. Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been... What's the
Jackson Hawes would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson Hawes.
A seam shot that's probably, is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I don't think even that. I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Hawes play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, like the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top? Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays, Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, like a couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against the Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? Like, that's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming.
Bills and Dolphins tonight. It's game day. We'll have it here on WGR. Kickoff is at 8:15. TV on Amazon Prime or on Channel 7 WKBW locally. So stay tuned throughout the day. The injury report, the Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Sean McDermott ruling out Ed Oliver and Matt Milano for tonight's game. So Dorian Williams is expected to start at will linebacker tonight. Meanwhile, for Miami, Jalen Waddle is questionable for tonight's game. Ian Rappaport reports that he's going to test it pregame, and he's hopeful that he will play with a shoulder injury. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy could return this week. It was thought he'd have a multi-week injury, but he's only missed one, and Kyle Shanahan opening the door yesterday to Purdy playing on Sunday. Sabres are on the ice for practice right now. First training camp practice of the year. They just hit the ice. Yesterday, Kevin Adams spoke with the media. Jordan Greenway had a setback with his injury. He's going to be out until around the start of the season. Alex Tuck, who doesn't have a contract yet, and then also UPL are both day-to-day. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Miami, last time they recovered an onside kick was the game week 17 of the 2017 season. That's how the Bills end up going to the playoffs. Sanders high up in the air, and Micah Hyde has it, and there he goes! Micah to the house!
Micah Hyde, great moment in Bills Dolphins. Are they wearing red that day?
They were wearing red that day.
All right.
They wore red that day. They wore red the day in the snow ball game as well. And tonight's what? Blue on blue against the all whites for Miami.
Should we do the uniform thing now that we're talking uniforms?
Sure.
Bring up the quad box. Joe Calley's going to get on camera here and take a look at this jersey. He's got the rivalry jersey on. The one the Bills will not wear tonight. They will not wear against the Saints. They'll wear against the Patriots on Sunday Night Football.
Yes.
So maybe you haven't seen this. You likely have, right? The Bills introduced this, and
probably
8 around the league. Maybe you haven't seen it close up. It's the thing about uniforms and all that. So, Joe, get real close to that camera. Show everybody the buffalo on the side.
Yeah,
because
that's what we're looking for. Right
that's
there.
the key. Is the buffalo that's on the side of it? It's sparkly, ice crusted buffalo.
Yeah,
that thing shines and shimmers.
It looks like real diamond.
Yeah,
on the stream.
So there's two versions of this jersey that you can buy. There's that one, and as you see, if you're watching this on the stream, you see Joe's shoulders are covered in what looks like snow falling on a buffalo's fur. So the shoulder pads are gray and like covered in a snow.
Yeah,
and the rest of them are white. Which, by the way, I feel like you should not be allowed to say the uniforms are clean, because by definition they're not.
They're dirty.
They're covered.
Yeah,
they are not brushed off. Anyway,
also it's dirty snow.
Yeah, it's like after they salt the roads.
That's March on the side of the road snow there.
That's damp snow on brown fur.
But it's not on brown fur, it's on white.
That's what they said, is that it's supposed to look like snow falling on a buffalo's
Snow's not that
fur.
color.
Sure it is.
It's like gray like that. Again, like it's exhausted, like snow that's been sitting near car exhaust. It's fine. I like it. I like it. That's the only thing you could do, right? Because if you made it white, you just wouldn't see it.
Right.
So,
well, anyway, they're wearing that against the Patriots. I don't know if we're going to go all the way to launching a campaign about this, but I did go so far as to tweet at Pete Gwelly.
You did.
I've taken the next step.
You really want that Dawkins jersey.
Listen.
The good one.
Just for a moment. Bills Dolphins tonight. Give us a call on your favorite Bills Dolphins memories. Chime in. Expectations, game, yada, yada. I went to the NFL Shop website to try and take a look. Do they have the Deion Dawkins jersey for the Bills in the higher version?
Mm-hmm.
It's $50 more. What are you paying for at $50? That shiny buffalo on the arm. The other one looks a lot like the jersey. It's a perfectly good stand-in, except the buffalo on the arm is not shiny.
Mm-hmm.
How thick is that, Joe? Is that like hard, good plastic? Does it feel like it's got some durability?
It's pretty durable. Yeah. I worry about like machine washing a little bit, but not too bad.
I wouldn't machine wash it. Would it float?
Would it float? Yeah. The fabric might bring it down.
Yeah, I just want to ask that, So I'm at the NFL Shop. I can get Allen, Cook, Coleman, Kincaid, Knox.
Two tight ends.
I think I saw Milano.
That's some 12 personnel right there.
And then I saw I can get Jim Kelly authentic all the way up to the top end.
Yeah.
Due respect to Jim Kelly, franchise icon.
Jersey foul.
Deion Dawkins is the snowman. Call Nike. Hey, guys, you missed one. You missed the most important one. We don't need 2 tight ends. Give me a give me a Jackson Hawes jersey.
Right.
Get 3 of them on there. There's no option for the upgraded Dawkins version. And, somebody make a call. What are we doing? We're going to wear these jerseys for 3 years.
Yeah.
It's not a one-off.
And having the Kelly one available, I get it. Like, he's Kelly. But he didn't wear that jersey. And do they do that with all their jerseys? Will they sell, can you buy right now without customizing? Because customizing, you can just do whatever you want. The home... Can I walk into the Bill store right now, and there is the home jersey they wear now, but with Jim Kelly?
Probably.
Because that's a jersey fall. That's the Navy Gilbert Perreault Sabres jersey that I see walking around the arena once in a while.
Yeah. So there's Nike Game and Nike Limited, and I think I want Limited. So if I click Limited, and I get that's the Kincaid, Allen Coleman, Shakir Milano, Cook, Knox, Kelly.
Okay.
It's also is it also Christian Benford erasure? Why is Christian Benford not a top 100 player? You can't get his jersey, Nike. He's on a contract extension. TB, Rousseau, these guys are extended.
But Dawkins shouldn't Dawkins be their second most popular jersey
of this iteration?
He's been here
forever.
He's been here since McDermott. He's been here longer than Brandon Beane has been here. There's a way of putting it.
He was drafted before Beane.
He was the second round pick the year Trey White is drafted first. So he's been here forever. He's been great forever. He's gonna be a Bills Wall of Famer if there is one. He might even have a look at the Hall of Fame if he keeps rolling like this for a long time still. So that guy. I know he's an offensive lineman, and people don't like buying lineman jerseys, but that's part of it. Also is. Skill position jerseys sell, but all your skill position guys are kind of all the same, right?
Yep.
So it's so spread around. Who do you pick? I guess you pick Coleman because he was drafted high.
Yeah, maybe offensive jerseys sell a lot more than defensive jerseys.
The number 0, maybe you're thinking that also sells because people would like a jersey with the number 0.
And in our conversations with Pete Gwelly back at training camp, this is very much a league thing, the rivalries jerseys. So I don't think this is a Bills oversight. And somebody call Nike. Give me Dawkins.
Yeah.
They did something similar when they released the red jerseys, too. It was only LaShawn McCoy and Sammy Watkins you could buy, for real.
Okay.
Watkins would have been on the team for another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway.
He had a really good preseason game, then they traded him.
803-0550. Wanted to get one clip here from around the league. And, Bills Dolphins, the Bills are going to be center stage tonight trying to beat the Dolphins, and we'll see if they do. I saw a clip from Mina Kimes and Bill Simmons, and it just struck me as here's the cyclical nature of the NFL and how, what's the line from The Dark Knight? You something long enough to be the villain sooner or later. The whole idea of
you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Bingo. Thank you. Either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That kind of arc, behold, as now we've come all the way to Patrick Mahomes doesn't have help.
Why can't we admit that Josh and Lamar are the 2 best regular season quarterbacks that we have? Why are we still holding on to this Mahomes thing when it's 3 long balls over people's heads and they're scoring 21 points a game now this will be year 3?
I think with Mahomes, it feels like trying to catch a falling knife where nobody wants to just completely miss it, right? The timing of it. And also it is so obvious that his circumstances are so much worse. I know, Bill, it's Tyquan Thornton is their number 1 deep threat.
They have 2 guys we waived.
Yeah, so there's your answer. It's Tyquan Thornton. Those guys both have dominant rushing attacks and really good offensive lines. And they don't have world beaters, but they have good pass catching options.
Yeah.
Mahomes is where would you rank his situation right now as a quarterback? run the NFL. Everything. Run game, offensive line, skill players. It was bad last year, and he went to the Super Bowl.
I know.
That's why nobody wants to call it on Mahomes, because last year we were calling it, and he went to the end.
I just think there's two different conversations.
So I loved finding this clip. I love Mina and Bill Simmons there. Good conversation, and I don't think anything about it is wrong. It's just kind of wild because there's a couple things in this conversation about like Mahomes doesn't have help. Mm-hmm. Worthy and Rice both hurt. Big deal. Travis Kelce basically giving away a touchdown in that game. Big deal.
Hollywood Brown's been in and out.
Right. They have tried to help him. They just haven't really done it well. And Rice has been honestly, Rice and Worthy both there, they might be just fine. We'll see. This offense has to get its way through. But Andy Reid is his coach. Mm-hmm. The idea that he's in a horrible situation while Andy Reid is the coach, did you ever think you'd live long enough to see it?
No, and I can't buy it because he's the coach. I can believe it's not like the best situation in the league or maybe not one of the 10 best situations in the league, but I don't think you can say it's horrible whenever that person is calling plays. He's still the best in the league at it, isn't he?
Calling plays?
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, the one
thing... Did you just lose that in a couple of weeks?
Maybe. The one thing that is very telling about how rough their situation is right now is how much he's having to run. He's on pace for 1,100 rushing yards.
Scrambling.
He's their leading rusher by like 100. Like, he is having to run, and that is because no one's getting open. Mm-hmm. And that's part of that's the scheme, but more of it is the players that are trying to get open within that scheme, and also it is that Kelce, you see it. Like, I'm not even just saying the drop. Like, you see the speed is so gone.
Yeah, the fluidity, a lot of it is not really there the same way.
Like, he's not the same player at all. It's finally happened where that giant decline has happened for him.
The question I would have is, Andy Reid, who has won now 3 Super Bowls with the Chiefs, has been to 2 more with the Chiefs, has been to a Super Bowl with the Eagles too, right?
He went to the Super Bowl with the Eagles and 3 NFC Championship games.
He has always been criticized or guilty of not running the ball enough.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Chiefs manage to get through somehow, some way, again this year, I hope you're ready for me to say it, give up running the ball. The Chiefs win all the time and never run it well, ever. If they can find a way, which I actually don't think they will this year, but if they find a way to get through the Ravens and the Bills again without a run game, shouldn't people that want running the ball, well, shouldn't you lose your mind?
But it's not
the Chiefs have never been good at it.
But it's not because they're better on offense, right?
Oh, I understand, but my point is, if
they're winning those games 20-16,
fine. This thing is so important. This guy would have been to 8 Super Bowls and never cared about it. Never been good at it. It's weird. I'm actually not campaigning for the elimination of running the football. It's just weird that they never are good at it.
No, and they don't really try that hard to be good at it either. Like they don't pour investment, draft picks, and
Do you remember last year? I think the stat was they're the only team in the NFL that hadn't had a rush over like 14 yards.
Yeah, was them.
Not a single. They're never good at it. And that's supposed to be a recipe for losing.
But their offense isn't good.
That's also
their
true.
offense hasn't been good for 2 years. Like, isn't it that their defense that has been the reason for that? Like,
they always find a way. It's obnoxious. It's annoying.
Well, they're not finding a way right now.
No, they're not. Could they lose this week to the Giants? It would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Oh, if they lost to the Giants to go to 0-3, and then 0-3 going to play Baltimore. Man, I want the Giants to win that game so bad. I don't have any expectation they will, but it would be mind-blowing. Ripples across the league. Because everyone would know you got to play the Ravens next. And now you're staring 0-4 right in the face. And now we're not just talking about not winning the division. We're talking about you missing the playoffs.
And see the future. The Chiefs are going to go 10-7, be the 7 seed, go to LA and beat the Chargers in the first round of the playoffs. That's the most annoying scenario. And that we used to play this game. What will happen with Brady? Now it's the Chiefs. What's the most annoying thing that could happen? That's what will happen. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs will get in as the 7 and beat the Chargers in the first round. And all that the Chargers did, you're the Chargers.
It's not, by the way, all his situation. He is missing balls down the field and has been for a while now.
Yep, that's true.
So
he had Worthy a million times behind the defense. And
he had Thornton on Sunday. Like he's partially to blame for it. Partially. I mean, he is keeping them in some of these games with his running. He actually is really impressing as a runner. Like, he ran a dude over to get a first down last week. Like, really ran him over.
No, I know he cheated to do that, though.
No, that was 2 weeks ago.
A different one?
This is a different one.
Okay.
That one was dumb because the corner let up because he was about to go out of bounds.
Yeah.
No, this one was like he really needed to run the guy over, and he did.
That is one thing about Mahomes that for the last 2 years, as their offense dried up, he had stopped being good at evading sacks. And right now, it looks like he's back at being good at it.
He's avoiding it, yeah.
So that's the Josh Allen Mahomes superpower. The two of them are the best at it.
Yeah.
And I tweeted out a graph this morning, a chart this morning that kind of showed number 1 and 2 right now in EPA added, not taking sacks and scrambling. It's Mahomes 1, Allen 2.
Well, the scrambling too hasn't just replaced my receivers aren't getting open, so I have to scramble. I think what they're replacing is the Kelsey plays.
Right.
The 3rd and 5 plays that he was always throwing to Travis Kelsey, now that play's not there for him as often, so he's got to run. That's what it's replacing. And is he going to be able to hold up doing that all season? This guy gets an ankle injury a year. Like, what happens when he twists his ankle and can't run the same way? Like, he does this in the playoffs, but never this early in a regular season. So if I were them, I guess I'd be worried that he's running this much this early, but you'd also be planning on, if I get Worthy and Rice back. But what guarantee do you have that those guys are going to be healthy? Worthy is really small, and if he starts taking hits and injuries throughout his career, that doesn't have to stay on the field. And Rice is coming off a torn ACL. So that's your plan, though. You're just hoping those two can stay on the field when they come back.
803-0550. The ESPN Rustling partnership is a lot of rustling on SportsCenter and Get Up in these shows.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, they're in now.
I've got time for the WWE. I'm not upset about it. But it is kind of funny. Here I've got Mike Greenberg interviewing Cody Rhodes.
That's on Get Up.
It's a little weird. It's a lot weird.
I guess it's becoming it's almost normalized for me now.
It's just weird
because they've been talking wrestling since when they get the rights,
that's
a year ago.
I just feel like if you're going to do the wrestling interview with the wrestler, I need the wrestling interviewer, not Mike Greenberg. Right? Can we just can we suspend and go, let's go to our wrestling correspondent, and then you have that person.
Because is Greenberg asking him what would he be asking him?
How do you feel about the upcoming matchup?
Right.
You're like, all right.
What's your mentality going into, I don't know. Right, you want a guy that could play the role a little bit with him? You want McAfee, I guess, then.
You know what? Yes.
This is where you want McAfee.
Luke in Silver Creek. Hey, Luke.
Hey, boys. Happy game day.
Morning.
Happy game day.
So I think my take here, my bold prediction is going to be that the Dolphins are so bad, so horrible of a broken-down franchise, that the Bills are probably up by about 30-something by half, and Mitch Trubisky ends up with more passing yards than Josh Allen.
All right.
Than Allen. Okay. He had more than Fields last week. I mean, that's the dream is he's playing in the fourth quarter, right?
Trubisky?
Yeah.
Jackson Hawes, final touchdown. Who wants on it?
They can't play Jackson Hawes before they need Jackson Hawes.
Jackson Hawes, final touchdown.
What was the odds on it again? Plus 10,000 or something?
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Let's have it.
He's caught all of his targets so far.
I've decided first touchdown, done with that bet. Last touchdown, stay invested. All right, putting together our fantastic four-way parlay with a new competitor.
I think it looks like through a couple of games, they are just going to give the ball to James Cook when they get around the 1 or the 2 yard line. Which, by the way, I still think there might be some regression, but he's
softening
three in 2 games. I mean, it's less for me about the breakaway runs because he'll get a few of those, but you're not getting 10 of those on a season. You got to get the goal line carries, and they're giving him the goal line carries.
Yeah, you don't get that many breakaway runs. He leads the league in the last 3 years in those runs,
right,
and he has 5.
Yeah. Right.
So he might get 1 or 2 more.
But he's getting, and that was an impressive run to get it in the end zone at the 1. Like he's He's giving them every reason to keep putting him out there at the 2. Like, Ray Davis, by body type, you would think is your power back. But there's no reason to put Ray Davis out there for James Cook if it's first and goal at the 2. Right now.
I wonder, Ray Davis' final touchdown is not a bad bet either because
he'll be on the field. If
he
it's a blowout.
He might be on the field. And Davis has not. Last year, Ray Davis had 113 carries on the season. He's on pace for well under that. He has 10 carries this year.
Well, they haven't gone as well as Cooks have.
Right.
By a lot.
2.6 yards per carry.
Yeah. So, unless he starts making something happen, like Cook becomes more and more of a bell cow.
I don't know what they'll do. They'll probably use some load management along the way here with Cook. We'll get more of your calls. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We've got a new stat at Next Gen Stats called Remarkable Runs. Okay. Remarkable rushes.
What are we
Ready?
doing? Remarkable rushes?
The new Next Gen Stats expected rushing yards model brings new insights built using machine learning. Expected rush yards tracks data, blah, blah, blah. Rush yards over expected. Remarkable rushes. And it'll tell you which ones. Like, here you go, James Cook, week 2, 44 yards. Expected yards, 3. Yards over expected, 41. Apparently, ETN in Jacksonville had a run with 5 expected rushing yards, and he went 71. So it's basically, this is just who had the longest rush over expected. Who's on this list the most is what I would ask. Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry. Because
Derrick Henry is at number. He's number 4.
Yeah.
He's number 10. Are they all against the Bills? He's number 18. Yeah. All right, we'll get a break in. Our fantastic 4-way parlay. Give us a call. Chime in. Bills Game Day here on WGR. Tyreek Hill's been, front and center of a lot of controversy there in Miami about his place on the team, whether or not they would move him, if he asked for a trade. And Hill, outside of maybe a playoff game, has not really put up big numbers against the Bills. And I wonder if the Bills kind of, keep their same approach to him that they always would, where they're afraid of him torching them and they make sure he doesn't. Now it seems like everybody keeps him in check. He's not had a lot of big, long, explosive catches in the last calendar year. And I don't know if you'd expect him to get one tonight or Miami to try and feed him tonight. But, Sean McDermott, Bobby Babbage, they seem to have had the formula on Hill for a while here.
I want to say this could be a Tua or Mike McDaniel offense point, and how teams have been defending. And if you remember a few years ago when the Dolphins were rolling and they came to Buffalo, the Bills did a really good job on them, and people said, wait a minute, this is how you defend the team. Or maybe it was even the year before that, and the Bills went to Miami and did it. But remember when the Bills just took away all those first reads from Tua, and he had to sit in the pocket just that tick longer, and then bam, everything was right there in front of his face, and then he couldn't get to what he wanted. And I feel like that's kind of been the blueprint around the league to defend Miami. I agree with you. It went before that for Tua, but I think the Bills have done a good job of kind of defending this offense. They've done a good job of defending Tua and understanding what this offense is about, the timing, the rhythm, and disrupting that. Now, that being said, I went back and watched last year's game here, the one where Tyler Bass hit the 61-yarder to win the game. And there were a few times where guys got down the field a little bit on the Bills, including Tyreek had one down the sidelines kind of later in the game, or third quarter, I believe it was, get down the field. He was on the sidelines, and I think Kyrie Elam was over there in coverage. And say what you will about that, but he was down the sidelines. Jalen Waddle had a couple. Tyreek got behind the linebacker. So there's been times, and they can still do that. They have the ability to do that. There's no doubt. But I think more than anything, guys, I think that what the Bills have really done, it's not necessarily a Tyreek Hill thing. It is a disruption of the Miami offense thing, which is why that happens.
Yeah. Have they taken deep shots yet? 2 games in? Not really. I mean, they had downfield passes in the comeback against Baltimore. But I mean, scripted in, we like this look. There's not been... What's the
Jackson Hawes would be my guess.
A seam shot to Jackson Hawes.
A seam shot that's probably, is that a 30-yard pass?
No, I don't think even that. I don't think it's that. The farthest air yard throw for Allen this year is what? Is it the throw to Palmer that sets up the field goal against Baltimore?
I bet that's similar to the Hawes play. Maybe it's a little further.
And not to say clearly, the offense is doing fine. They don't always need it. I wonder if they can get that shot when they want it. Can they hit somebody over the top. Will that be Miami this week? Will that be the Saints next week? New England? Because it is something that they've talked about, explosive plays. Cook is their explosive play go-to. He is a consistent explosive play waiting to happen. And are you looking for the longest pass this year, air yards?
I am looking.
I bet it's that Palmer throw. Trying to think, like a couple downfield shots to Coleman. But I almost want to, not to say I want to treat those ones like they don't matter. They count. But you're playing against a Baltimore team that's soft zone. Baltimore's betting. We can give you a touchdown maybe. Is it the throw from Allen that gets deflected and caught by Coleman in the back of the end zone? Like, that's not a downfield kind of throw in the same way. So I wonder if that is coming.
Brought to you by Paula's Donuts, made with love. Paula's Donuts Game Day donuts are back. Chocolate frosted, dunked in crushed pretzels and chips, drizzled with red and blue frosting, plus football frosted donuts, red, white, and blue sprinkle donuts, and more. Order your Game Day donuts ahead of time for in-store pickup at paulasdonuts.com.
All right, it's time for the fantastic four-way parlay. We do it for Thursday Night Football. It just happens to be Bills-Dolphins tonight, so let's do it. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase, Owen Parker, and Cali Joe. His name is Joe Cali. We're calling him Cali Joe. We don't have to do that. We can call you anything you want, really. We used to call morning show producer Dan Hager Stovetop. Everyone called him Stovetop.
Why Stovetop?
Nobody called him Stovetop because he voted out Stovetop stuffing at the Thanksgiving Survivor 100 years ago. Stovetop. What's your best? The friend you have with the best nickname that everybody calls them that nickname. What's the nickname? I had a friend in college we all called Coach, and we still call Coach.
That's pretty good.
Coach.
Having a coach is a good guy to have.
He was an unathletic kid that didn't want to play sports, but wanted to hang out with our intramural basketball and football team, so he was our coach. Everybody called him Coach.
Rocks.
Yeah, Coach, good name.
I got a buddy that we always used to call Scoob. His last name's Suda, but
Scoob's
Scoob,
good.
he kind of would figure stuff out. That's a good one.
Oh wow, he's a detective.
I would not quite go that far.
Okay.
He went to Cornell, so
I have a group of friends where since high school I've been known as Pesci. Does that work?
All right.
I don't want to pick myself, but that's the nickname.
It's better than picking your own nickname.
Yeah, I didn't pick it. I mean, I earned it, but I didn't.
Right.
I didn't
You
pick
earned it?
Yeah, I was a psychopath in hockey a while ago. Not proud of it. What's a good?
We have one friend in my group just called Chonk. Was a bigger guy, now slimmer. So the nickname still sticks, though. You know,
that's pretty good.
Well, let's put together this fantastic four-way parlay ahead of Bills Dolphins. You three go first, and then I will just decide whether or not I'm adding Jackson Hawes' last touchdown on top of it, because I got a feeling.
For reference, Joe is 2-0.
Yeah,
Sneaky Joe.
I'm 1-1.
You're 1-1. I'm 0-2. Not
I'm
great.
undetermined.
Right.
Here.
Josh, former morning show producer Josh, was 0-2.
He was also 0-2.
We look to turn that around.
Yes, we do.
Yes. All right, who wants it first?
Owen, lead us off.
All right. I am going to do just a straight Josh Allen over 250 yards tonight.
Passing.
I don't want to go too high on that number because I feel like he might just come out if they're killing them. But I think they can throw all over this team, and he likes to do that against them.
Okay.
So I'm gonna.
You
take
might
him over.
need the Dolphins offense to put some points up in order for that to happen. Josh Allen over 250. I've got that at plus 116. Joe?
I was going to go for the Devin Achane over on receptions.
Okay.
But the number
is
5.5.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a crazy number. I'm not doing that. I am going to go with a guy who had a couple of drops in week 1, but he's got 7 targets through 2 games and not even playing in a full quarter of those 2 games. Dawson Knox over on receptions is only 1.5. So I got a couple of play actions. I'm going to go Knox to record 2 or more catches, so over 1.5.
Okay, so player receptions.
Dawson Knox over 1.5.
Over 1.5.
I would go Achane, but just 5.5 is such a high number.
I was looking at some Achane props too, and his yards are crazy too.
I guess they're just totally expecting dump offs.
Money.
Okay. Joe, Callie?
I really like Josh Palmer, 40-plus receiving yards, and the alternate receiving yards and receiver props in the same game parlay. I think against a weak Miami secondary, if Allen is going to be throwing the ball, Palmer has some big opportunity. He was the leading receiver last week, technically, so and Allen wasn't even that active in the game. So if Allen can really get going, I have a good feeling about it.
Plus 116 on Josh Palmer, 40 yards or more. Okay. Now for the fourth leg, I just want to say what do I get this to if I add Jackson Hawes' last touchdown? Oh, the line is moved.
Oh,
just from talking about it.
Yes, it's down to plus 8,000. Somebody heard the hunch and went for it.
Wow.
If we add this in, $10 wins $3,665. If we add that in,
we could throw a hell of a party for the Guinness breaking the world record for longest flip cup game.
We could.
This is a heavy Josh Allen game. It's an everybody eats game. We've got Knox, Palmer, and Hawes all in it.
Yeah. And Allen, right?
We're keeping stats over here. Owen's keeping stats like 0-1, 0-2. I think a plus 8,000 is going to hang as a loss on my card. That's tough.
I mean, it's a parlay.
Can put an asterisk on it for the rest of the year.
I feel like I should get something from Miami in this game.
Well, the game script we have so far
is a lot of Bills, and the Dolphins are going to need to put some points on the board to do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess I should bet the over. Because the Bills have all this. The
over's a big number.
It's 49.5. But in what world are the Bills going under points and getting 250 and Knox and Palmer and
unless you believe Miami's not scoring 20
anything, right?
Which is possible.
It definitely is possible.
Like week 1, the Colts had the best offensive day ever, and it didn't go over because the Dolphins couldn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But is that likely? It's probably not likely.
Probably not.
All right, you know what? I just want to juice it up a lot. The Keon Coleman 2 touchdowns. You want Keon Coleman?
You can do your Jackson Hawes.
Jackson Hawes last touchdown.
Yeah,
I'll ride with it.
Yeah.
Specifically, last touchdown.
Last touchdown. You know what's going to be great?
He's going to score the first touchdown.
Yes, and then we're like field goals, baby. Come on,
right?
Let's go red zone defense. Get that red zone defense.
Right, the whole game will be rooting for no touchdowns.
Yeah, or you just have to get another one. All right, you know what? We're doing it. Jackson Hawes last touchdown. We're doing it.
Crazy.
If we hit this parlay,
we're playing to win. We're playing to win. If we hit this parlay, we're doing tomorrow's show from Miami.
Yeah.
All right. That's a fantastic 4-way parlay. YOLO. Dominic and Clarence. Hey, Dominic. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. First off, moved back from Vegas back to Buffalo a couple months ago and was listening to you guys on the radio, and I'm like, oh my God, that's Joe from BNY. So Joe, super super happy you're on the morning show, bud. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, too, I got a buddy that works in broadcasting, and he was telling me this is the first time this game tonight that the Bills are going to be on the Cosm, which is like the sphere watching for sports that have special games on there. So if you're going to the game, you're probably going to see like a bunch of cinematic cameras like mounted all over the place. So it's going to be pretty.
Oh,
cool.
So you're talking about that bar where you sit in it and it looks like you're in the stadium.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Have you been to one of those? Because they look amazing, of course.
I have. They're really cool. It's like it is like you're at the game. Although I will say the price to go there is definitely not worth it. You might as well just go to the game at that point.
Gotcha.
But it's going to be cool. And he was at the stadium yesterday and mounting everything. And I just thought it was cool how it's the last season at Highmark and the first time they're going to be on something like that. So I thought it was pretty cool.
All right. Cool. Thanks, Dominic.
Yep.
They've got a location in L.A., one in Inglewood. No, sorry. It's first venue is in Inglewood, second Dallas, and they've announced locations in Atlanta, Detroit, and Cleveland.
Okay. They look awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I would definitely like to just try it. But yeah, they look, or I've seen how pricey they are.
Oh, really? Like, what is the attendance here? It's like $100 to go?
It's more than that, I think.
Really? Okay. Then you probably will never see me in one of those.
Yeah. Thought I saw it's like the equivalent of buying a suite in a stadium.
Oh.
So.
No thanks.
For like a game. Yeah, so it's pretty pricey, I think. But they look awesome. I'd like to do it once. Especially for like a Premier League game. Game that I don't have the opportunity to go to. For a Bills game, I just go to the Bills game. Owen's going to the Bills game tonight, right?
Yeah. Nice. I would like to consider making it illegal for Joe to ever bring up the Premier League.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
I'd like to pass a law.
You can make that illegal. Fine. I will not talk about the Premier League. Let me tell you about what happened in the Champions League last night, everybody. Liverpool in the 92nd minute. Love it. It's very nice of them to let Atletico score in the 86th just to make them think that they could win it, only to rip their hearts away in the 92nd. There you go. Didn't talk about the Premier League.
If you want anybody out there, you want to know what is happening with Liverpool Football Club, folks, do you know that thing where the Chiefs had a series of the 15 stupidest wins you've ever seen in your life?
Yep.
Liverpool has made that look silly with what they do every single game.
I know what you mean. They're just scoring goals at the end, and it's like the 06 Sabres out there right now. The Cardiac Kids.
Do you want to know Jackson Hall's snap percentage in the last game they had?
Against the Jets?
Yeah.
What was it?
47%. And he's probably only 19% against Baltimore because they're coming from behind.
Right, although he made a catch when they were coming from behind.
He did. All right, Extendo Sports coming up. And whatever your flavor. Join us, hang out. Busy show today. Let's recap. Do goalposts float?
Which we didn't get a concrete answer on.
No. Concrete does not float. I know that.
That definitely does not.
Here's where somebody's going to say, actually, in a certain scenario. All right, we'll get to Extendo Sports and continue coverage as it's game day. It's basically the pregame show. It's underway here on WGR. I've got let's call it a source in the hospitality industry that sees the other teams coming in and, will occasionally give me a review of how do they look? What's their vibe? And his, whatever, just one person, one source saying, yeah, they look like they don't want to be here. Which, short week, trip to Buffalo, you wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, they're not going to talk about the weather being bad. It's beautiful for tonight.
Yeah, 70.
70 degrees. Absolutely epic night on tap for tonight in Orchard Park. But just his vibe was, it's a team that does not want to be here. Whether it's a team of dead man walking vibes or whatever it is. When we talked yesterday with Alan Pupar about the Dolphins, about Mike McDaniel, could he get fired? He left it on the table as possible.
Yeah.
That if the game goes a certain way, yes. If there's this belief that this man has lost the locker room, which is, something that is a narrative that can be partially true. Coaches rarely lose everyone. What they lose is the ability to win games. and maybe guys aren't buying in the way they should be. But Miami has a talent gap.
Yeah.
Miami has a lot going on, and they have injuries as well on their offensive line. So it's a tough time to be a Dolphins fan, I would think. And the path forward is probably going back to the bottom. And that might be this year.
So I was just watching back a little bit of the Tua game, the Skylar Thompson playoff game here.
Yeah.
And at the end of that game, the Bills are up 3. The Dolphins get to midfield, and they had already taken like a delay a game penalty or a false start penalty on that drive. They get to 4th and 1. They can't get the play in, delay a game, and now it's 4th and 6. And that just happened to them against New England. And I'm wondering like how much criticism McDaniel's getting, not just for the results, but I saw another quote. Tyreek Hill said that he just finally fully understood the offense this year. Just like that, the Bills seem to understand that offense, but I don't know if the Dolphins have an offense that really works in today's NFL because there are so many mistakes that come out of it.
Yeah, it's it reminds me a little bit of Rex Ryan's defenses, which are really, really good when they're on point and everybody understands. But man, there's just so much that goes into it. There's so much complication to it that you have to really understand every little nuance and get ready as soon as you can. And it's hard in today's NFL. And you guys remember what happened when Baltimore came to Buffalo 2 weeks ago, and we talked about this. The Ravens used the Bills' communication in a loud stadium against them and said, we're just going to go quick snap. When you run an offense, it's a little bit more complex, and you run an offense that requires people to know a bunch of stuff. Those things are going to happen. And, Miami just needs to kind of change their operation after what I saw last week, and maybe they will this week. Short week, right? Short week, be ready for it. Short week, they might come in here and say, we're going to keep everything simple and just bam, get up to the line and go, and everything's quick and everything's on rhythm. Because if they continue to try and do what they've been doing, it just winds up hurting them. They're late in the play clock. They're getting out of the huddle late. They're getting the snap off just before the play clock, and that's just not good for anybody. And I have heard, now I have friends that are Dolphins fans even, and like they'll tell me like they're just right now very not with this coach and what he's about and what he's doing, and they really liked him. And now it just seems like that's not that's not something that they're supporting as much anymore, because of a lot of the things that you're talking about.
Josh Allen has 16 Offensive Players of the Week honors. Could he get a 17th against Miami? He's done it against Miami, right?
Many times. Yeah.
Did you know that 2 weeks into the season, the NFC Offensive Player of the Week has come from someone that played the Bears?
Really?
We are 2 games in, and it was first J.J. McCarthy, then Jared Goff. This week, the Bears get the Cowboys. Could go to 3.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott against the Bears. 2 in a row, Offensive Player of the Week against the Bears.
The Bears start 0-3. That's how you get your Caleb Williams benching, right?
Yeah, we got it right on the bet board. I bet $5 Tyson Bagent starts a game, coach's decision this year.
I mean, Caleb does not look like... I think at some point that will happen. I just think it'll be after the season.
Let's look at the coach and the GM, or the coach and the franchise build models. What does the coach who knows he's good want? What did Ben Johnson have in Detroit? Not this high-end elite playmaker off script. It's this guy can run my offense.
Yep.
My offense is elite. You don't have to have those skills. Caleb Williams is drafted because of elite athleticism, the ability to make all the throws off play. Mm-hmm. If he's not executing, like Ben Johnson strikes me as a Kyle Shanahan. I don't care about Trey Lance. You can't run it. So, not overreacting. Just saying, I'm happy. I got 15 weeks to go.
Would you put Williams still as the favorite? Williams or the field week 1 starter next year?
For the Bears?
Yeah.
It's a good question. It's only year 2.
It's only year 2, but this coach didn't draft him.
That's right. And I saw Colin Cowherd lay out a new theory. He was talking about with Brady, and then Brady got deep into how development of quarterbacks in the NFL, sometimes it's not all created equal. And if Williams is behind the 8 ball, like, that stinks. You know, Brady was defending quarterbacks that sometimes look bad if they're not in a good situation. And he went on to say how good his situation was, that the year, his rookie year maybe, or second year, his quarterback's coach died. So, rest his soul, that's not good. Right. Belichick became the coach. Belichick went in those meetings and taught Brady everything about defense, coverages, schemes, what they'll do, what you do, what its weaknesses are. He was telling this to Colin Cowherd. He was pushing back on Cowherd's idea, which was Thanksgiving year 2. If you don't know about Thanksgiving year 2, this guy, go have a meeting upstairs. Is he good enough? Thanksgiving year 2. So, it'd be early.
Well, man, I mean, I don't know what he's doing with Ben Johnson, but the Tyler Dunn story about him like walking away from coaches last year when they're trying to tell him something, and being on different pages of the playbook when they're in a meeting, like not listening, like that's bad. And if he's doing that with this coach, I don't think this coach stands for that, because this coach has got power now. Last coach didn't.
How much do you think the rest of the class matters? Because if you get Caleb Williams doing what he's doing, I've got Jaden Daniels,
who's awesome,
Drake May,
could be awesome,
Bo Nix,
good,
McCarthy, not as much,
not great.
But if I got other guys around him doing the job,
it's a bad look for him.
And I'm an elite play caller like Johnson, I think he is. It's not like Ben Johnson did it with Josh Allen bailing him out all the time. It was Jared Goff who was a cast-off. So anyway, he was also a number 1 pick, though, too. All right, Bills-Dolphins tonight.
3-0, hopefully on the way. Maybe McDaniel getting fired.
The cheapest seat to Bills-Saints that I see is still like $300.
All to see everyone just really wants to see Spencer Rattler play football. Might be your only your last chance to see Spencer Rattler at Highmark Stadium. Of course, you got to see that.
Yep.
Tua, you mentioned earlier with Chris, Tua's been injured multiple times against the Bills.
Oh yeah.
And last year it was the panic mode.
It's 3 times in games against the Bills.
Yeah, he got hurt when he probably had a concussion, and then they said he didn't have a concussion. He came back. They win that game.
That's the heat stroke game.
Heat stroke game.
There's the game where he gets hit by Milano, and
that's the same game.
That's the same game.
Milano pushes him and he falls on the back of his head.
Then I'm thinking of a different game.
Okay.
There's a game they knock him out on like the 4th play. Taron Johnson blitz.
Oh yeah, that's early.
Yeah,
that's early in his career.
So one there,
and then last year he puts his head down because they're getting beat and it's 4th down. And he's trying too hard.
He's running into Hamlin, so he's left 3 Bills games injured.
Yeah, I mean, I hope for his sake that you don't get anything scary like last year, but.
No, I don't want that. Nobody wants that.
But it tends to. I listen to the Dan Le Batard show a lot, and they're Dolphins fans. So like once in a while when they talk about him, earlier in the week, one of them said, like, Allen is like, it must be so great to be a Bills fan where he leaves the pocket like, all right, something great's going to happen.
Yeah.
And he's like, when Tua leaves the pocket, I'm looking at the team and going, oh no, go down, throw it. Like they're terrified the second he leaves the pocket. It's such a different existence. And it's mostly because of his injuries.
Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. Saw the tease. First take is coming up. The first topic is Josh Allen, the best quarterback in football. He's top 2.
Not WWE Wrestling Palooza?
No, don't think so.
Paul just tweeted, the pucks have arrived at practice.
All right.
So were they practicing without pucks on purpose, or just they forgot to bring the pucks? Because Paul's tweet kind of implies that they've arrived. Someone brought them.
My understanding was they were doing some fitness
drills
testing
on purpose.
Does not require.
Just say,
they didn't forget to bring the pucks to the first practice of the season.
The internet is not ready for a world in which a hockey team forgot to bring pucks to practice.
No, that would be.
Sabres don't need that anyway.
No, we don't. We don't need that. We will talk to Paul tomorrow at 9:30. Just a quick, Sabres check-in on the first practice as here we are, off to another season. That's it for us. We're back tomorrow to, of course, recap Bills and Dolphins. Thanks for texting, calling, chatting, whatever you're doing, Have a good day. Enjoy the game. Be safe. See you tomorrow.